it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? What's up, Jason? Hey, Dandelions. Good morning, Marilda. Hey, Baca. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How everybody doing this morning? Morning time. Thank you, Jason. I know we had an awesome night for you guys that joined us on the Discord. We watched the little Diddy thing. I think that, you know, because, you know, Netflix, they be having a whole, but, you know, or it's any streaming service, right? Hey, good morning, Lexi. I think that with all those streaming services, and you know, they have a lot of like true crime stuff on there, guys. Like, I'm like, oh, you know, Pretty Brown finds all the good Netflix stuff, like little true crime stuff. She finds it all. So now we got a place where we can all watch it instead of us all watching it apart. Like, you know, it would have been awesome to find that Catfish movie. You know, knew about that when we were watching, because everybody just kind of went home and watched that Catfish movie. That would have been nice to watch that all together. So now that we know that we got a platform that we can go to, that we don't just have to watch trials, we can watch other stuff together and chat and hang out. That is so awesome. So last night we got through 3 episodes of the Diddy Reckoning, and we will do the last one today. Let's see here. Yeah, I enjoyed it last night. I really did. Like, I mean, and the more we get on there and watch movies and play around, we'll learn more about it. But Yeah, I'm gonna set up our next event for this evening. We'll do it around the same time. So that is awesome. For you guys that are watching the Georgia versus Trinity, I am going to post the No Fluff Day 2. No, Day 1, Part 2. You did, Lexi? Oh, you yeah, I'll put it in there. Yeah, while we on stream today, if you need any help, we've been trying to troubleshoot it with everybody. Well, we did yesterday, and Dandelions was so nice to take us on there and kind of walk us through different stuff to be able to get on there and at least be able to function halfway. So maybe we can help you out in that way. Yeah, it's the system over there was way different. So I don't know if anybody was able to see. I don't know. I don't know if y'all. I'm pretty sure. Did most of y'all see Jason? That's what I wanted to ask. Jason, did you see my boo boo that I did on TikTok last night and Instagram? Oh, you probably seen it in our chat. You say, how do I turn off Discord notifications? I don't know. Maybe you could silence them. Dandy may be able to help you. I have no clue. I haven't went in there, and it dings all the dang on time because it's like almost like a messenger. So for you guys that are watching our Georgia versus Trinity, the Patrick Queen child redrum, I am going to post Day 1, Part 2, the no fluff version. It's about 2 hours. I think it's a little bit over 2 hours long. I will get that posted, or maybe we'll just watch it when we get finished. Oh, okay. Well, I posted it in our group chat, Jason, so you should be able to see it in there in our other chat. Yeah, for those that don't know. Hey, Merelda, did you see it in the group chat? I thought it was the funniest stuff ever, y'all. I've never been like on Instagram. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So y'all know I just started trying to use my Instagram, my Twitter. Lexi, you follow me on Twitter. Did you see my video that I made a mistake in? Well, I didn't know it was on there. Let's say that first. You saw it. I know Lexi followed me on there. OMG. If y'all could talk about something being so damn embarrassing. I was like, it's so crazy because I was in my thing. I was in Walmart and I was shopping. And I use an app that kind of it posts all the little things for me. And so I'm like, okay, let me go ahead and post this clip that I done made. And so I'm in Walmart and I see somebody say, what the hell? And so I'm like, well, what happened? Like, because I see people comments and I'll go in and I'll look at their comment and respond because that kind of keep everything to the beat of the rhythm of the night. So I be like, let me, help the algorithm. Let me get in here and make sure I respond and see what they're talking about. So I go in there and I'm listening and I'm like, that don't sound like what I put on there. My YouTube short had my voice on there, and it had the officer's voice, and it had the prosecution team's voice. How do I have moaning sounds and all types of slurping sounds and actually cheek slapping? I was so embarrassed. I was in Walmart, like, not that they can hear, not that they can hear my headphones. I left my order. I immediately got on the phone with the therapist you may know and asked her. I thought somebody had took it and remixed it. And I was like, therapist, oh my gosh, somebody done remix my short. And they done put all these pornographic sounds in there, like cheeks clapping, slurp sounds, and you can hear the headboard knocking, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, oh my gosh. Uh, uh, I left my whole order in Walmart. I'd have ran out the store like, oh my gosh, how do I fix this? So I'm thinking that it only posted to TikTok. And so I go on TikTok because I was unaware. And so for you people that don't use TikTok, I was unaware that they must have a feature on TikTok, like an AI type of feature, that when it scans your video, it'll automatically put sound to it. So y'all know the video, it was originally, where she kept asking him to go down. Like the prosecutor, she kept asking him, can you go down? Can you go down? Now, although it might have, I turned it into something that it probably wasn't with my gutter brain. TikTok got way more of a gutter brain than me, because they was like, forget that you talk, because I was actually talking over it. They're like, forget you talking over it, baby. We about to put the sounds in there. We about to make it real. We about to bring it to life. So with that being said, yeah, TikTok they made a whole, and I didn't know the sound was in there. So I post, right? So I go on TikTok, I take that down. Only 100 people seen it. Cool. Because it was only on there for like 40 minutes. Guys, so later on, like an hour or so later, I guess it must have came through therapists you may know, X feed, her Twitter feed. She texted me like, oh my gosh, go to all the socials and take it down, because I didn't know that it was on X. Now, mind you, granted, when I post the court stuff, right? Because I don't have a real big following on X, I only get like maybe 1 or 2 views, maybe 3 or 4 views. Oh, I go on X after this time, like, and they see this video and they hear all that, that stuff, right? They hear all that. I got like 70 views. Like, I ain't never had that many views. I'm like, what the? I'm like, oh, okay. So they like this raunchy stuff, like, or maybe people had to keep listening to it to kind of figure it out. But what the fuck? Like, really? So that's when using TikTok goes wrong. My story. So I had to figure out how to not. Wait a minute. I'm just getting our courtroom feed up, see what we had going on in here. Yeah, it was a real learning lesson. And it's so crazy because I don't even know how to delete stuff. I had to figure out how to delete things off of the different platforms. I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I'm not good at this. Like, I don't even know how to move fast. And when I get like confused, I get the panicking and like I can't think. But that's my boo-boo. I think I got it down. I know some people may have it. Like, they may have got it. But yeah, that was me. Okay, so we got our courtroom. We are on day 3 of our guide. He was like, you just turned off all notifications on Discord and the notifications are still effing coming in. Oh gosh. I have to go in there and play around and see if there's anything that I can find for you. I don't know how that works. Maybe Dandy can help you. Is she still in the chat? Maybe she stepped away for a minute. When Dandy come back, ask her if she can find a way. Yeah, she must have stepped away. When Dandy comes back, let's see it, because she pretty knowledgeable about it, because she kind of guided us and helped us all yesterday as we were coming in and stuff. And I think Film is playing around. He plays around a lot in there. He been playing around a lot in there too. Okay. All right. Well, guys, if y'all are ready to get into the courtroom, let me see those ones and Sweet Pea gangs, and we will get into the courtroom. Okay. Lexi said you may need to go into the settings on your device, not just on Discord. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, where you can go in there up under your Apple settings and tell in certain phones and tell the app exactly what you wanted to do. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's dinging on my computers, it's dinging on my phone, it's dinging everywhere. Oh, not on my phone, because I got my phone on reduced notifications. So if you put your phone on reduced notifications, interruptions, I got mine on reduced interruptions. And oh, so Lexi, you must be you in there now, right? Because I see you and Maddie communicating on there. Yeah, I got my phone on reduced notifications. That not just for that. I got it on that because to try to stop the dings without putting my phone on do not disturb when we on here, because I haven't figured out how to take it off my computer. But my phone will ding if my kids or somebody is trying to reach me. You say, oh, y'all all over there on Discord. That's so silly. Marissa, it's me. It's me, Marilda. That's her name too. She's so funny. So as it said, it's me, Maddie and Jason. But her name on the thing is it's me, Marilda. It's me. Okay. Well, let us go ahead and get into our case today and see what we have from Mr. Walshe. I know we got some more testimony coming from the detective that was explaining to us about the phone and the tablet data. If y'all don't recall, he was in the Karen Reed's trial. He is the same expert that testified in their trial that I heard that he did not do well over there. And it doesn't appear that he's doing that well over here. He's not being able to explain simple terms to the jury. I guess in layman's words, and you see how many times the prosecutor had to tell him, go down. Can you go down some more? Like they didn't have this together. Like it was like he did not want to say those words. Like, you didn't search it. He searched it. You can scroll down and say that. Yeah, he was looking for corn stuff. Go ahead and scroll down and say it. Like he was so scared to say those things. But we finally got him to go down. And it happened not just in that one series. I think that was the one series where she had to keep telling them, go down some more. Would you get down the dang? Like, good grief. You remember what we rehearsed? Like, why are we doing all of this? So he's going to be back on the stand. I think they got some witnesses from the Uber driver, from I think they said Uber, Lyft, some other stuff. Probably from where he disposed of the body, where they found the body, that trash compactor thing. They're going to have some people from there come in and testify. So it looked like they're going to have some quick hitter witnesses today after this guy. So we'll see. All right, guys, I'm going to take us into the court and we will get our day started. We got a little TiVo time, not a whole bunch of TiVo time. Yeah. We got about 20 minutes. So we'll see. I think that we're gonna eat it up right here, though. So they coming in telling them how to walk. You gotta get them.
Jiggling, 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 jiggling.
I'm sure he jingling. I seen the officer was trying to tell him how to walk. Okay. I mean, that gotta be a messed up feeling, y'all.
To the Commonwealth.
Get us into the courtroom.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
You know, before we get started, I just want to say, like, that, you know, I don't even know what that could feel like in regards to that. Hey, OnlyFans, I don't know what that. I mean, nothing could compare to what he did to her, right? But guys, you know, he has already he thought it was my no, that's jingling. Yeah, so I think that, you know, I wonder what kind of feeling that is to. No, I don't even want to know. I ain't even gonna say what I was gonna say. Let me take us into court. All right, y'all. Hey, film. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start. All right.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walsh home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walsh home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve. Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Ana without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off.
He
sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay, but there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or
alternately, I am sure that somebody well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it. But I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible.
Okay.
And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Ana and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, you can, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, you know, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And
Well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
well, said this and I'll say it a couple times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Ana after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence, but there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise, and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walsh made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that, I mean, trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times on this, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th or twice on the 7th. And once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Ana sending a text message to William Fasto to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fasto text messages that that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Ana sent that to Will Fasto that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Ana were having an affair, and she was, with William Fasto, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about. I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches, and that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately. I don't mean it in any pejorative way.
Thank you.
To say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting. But I would wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this. Well, Counsel, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
Here. All persons identified being honorable justice, for justice, no superior court. Trying to hear, give your attention, you shall be heard. Put that Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Supreme Court, please be seated to turn the cell phone.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds? Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper While we know. Morning. Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same record. So it'd be about, what, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software. Yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled. Yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the Gray Mac.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about?
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database. So,
and you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records.
Yeah,
I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
You don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully, so you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
By the same date and time stamp in the record, and as I explained, the parsed and carved, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is,
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there's anything in that time frame in between.
What, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Yep.
Counsel, can I see this side of the bench?
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fasto within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fasto within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Ana Walshe's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is, what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page, stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes.
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes.
and it's a query of above ground burial options, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell. But-
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here. I
And
see
that,
it.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185. Would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. But I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And When those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walshe on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way.
Okay.
Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
That's 7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices.
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keith.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Okay. Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview accounts. There's another one shows a dashboard authorization is when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other. All right.
3195.
3195.
Okay. 319. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier. So it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through oh, I see the date change. Yep. It goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walsh or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
All right. Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029. Yes.
And that occurred once again on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look. Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's
On
a yes?
Car Gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back, I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 8/23/08, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually with a search at page 240, record 887, and the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress, do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 833 to 854, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, in over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows that all right around the same time, there was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including up to the 12/27 divorce searches.
Not that I saw.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor? You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. I remember it having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't it?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's
I
fine.
thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct.
Yeah,
but
but
not how
not-
to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling? Dead
But not
bodies.
how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly. 79. we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
Yep. It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
One moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you. Huh?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Just remain standing, face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak to pass now.
Step right up there, sir. Just watch step. Sir. Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to text within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from text that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A 2-page text document having the name Ana Walshe.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right, the 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date. What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Ana Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Ana Walshe's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Ana Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022 and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And sir, other than those 2 entries, were there any other records of Ana Walshe traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, in the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from exhibits 83 to 89. And if I could publish the first of those, exhibit 83.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the testimony.
Right this way. There you go.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, Menino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues
I
with it.
apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Hey guys, so I'm just pausing this real quick. I don't know. Is it just me or does she have like one of those I don't know, her voice just sounds so seductive. It sounds like everything that comes out of her mouth it just sounds like, so tell me how many, like the way she asks her questions, it requires a response that sounds inappropriate. Or is it just me this morning? I'm so bad. Like, oh my gosh, every time I hear her voice, I'm thinking like I'm calling a line with other people on there. All right, that's just my notion. I probably shouldn't have stopped in the middle of this to tell y'all about my thing. Yeah. Don't she don't sound like that to you, Marilda? Like, listen. I mean, it's probably gonna sound like that now since I done did it, but she really sound like that to me. I'm like listening to her like, okay. Listen.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Ana Walshe with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983 that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
9-2.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right. So 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walshe took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, STAT, it says RFND.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know, did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walshe have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport.
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022.
And where can you see that?
Where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walshe have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah, so it's created, that's when it was, the ticket was created, was that date, and it was issued, the ticket was issued on the second date. So yeah, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show. So that meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And looking at the next document, please. Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walshe take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And and where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, just make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walshe have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan.
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
A little bit more.
Go up, please. Thank you. And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walshe have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walshe take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport.
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
Please solemnly swear that the following testimony is given in class now hearing.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was the purpose, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the DC area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walshe.
Do you recognize Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Ana Walshe.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Ana Walshe lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street, Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walshe was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Two questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
Okay, so it looks like they are going on break, guys, which is fine. We don't have any TiVo time. Okay, so it looks like oh boy. Okay. So while I got you on this break for our break time, I want to run a couple things by you guys. First things first. Papa. I don't know the words, Jason. I'm not even gonna go all the way into it because I'm gonna mess it all up because I done made up my own version of it. Okay. But okay, one. Don't forget to do the Discord if you want to join us for our little Diddy, our last part of our Diddy thing. We'll also put out some kind of, we'll try to figure out how to get something, if it's anything true crime on any of the shows that you have an interest in watching and you would like for us to watch all together. We'll try to get that together. And that could be like, our nighttime thing on certain days, like maybe a Friday evening, or we can figure out a movie night, right? So don't forget to sign up for the Discord. I'm putting that link in the chat. Also, what I wanted to talk to you guys about, and y'all can let me know, put a one in the chat. Have y'all seen those by any of my videos? Have y'all ever seen like the hype thing where you can hype the video by any of the shorts or anything like that? Because I'm trying to see, I hear a lot about the hype. Like I see it when I'm looking at other people's videos on my thing. And YouTube keeps sending me these emails about, okay, yeah, it's supposed to be on our YouTube video. So like, let me see. Like, because it'll ask me, it'll tell me I can hype my video, but then I'll be wanting to click on it. And then it tell me, no, you can't do it. You cannot hype your own video. So from my understanding, I mean, since I got y'all here and I'm able to talk to y'all versus to like some people, let me see. I'm gonna see if I can show y'all somebody else's, if I can see it on here. I think it only happens on your phone. So I can kind of show y'all what it looked like. So if y'all see it, you only get 3 a week. Yeah, I have seen it. That's why I'm about to look it up. I'm about to find a video for you. I done seen it on mine. It only happens for videos in the first 7. Let me see. I didn't think it was going to be this hard to find one, but let me see. I'm trying to see on that premiere that we did earlier if it got it. You say you on your phone. Dang, I really want to show y'all what it looked like. Let me just click on some other people's stuff. Yeah, it kind of peeved me off because like I always get it on my own, right? But then as soon as I want to hype my own video, it'll tell me I can't hype my own video. I mean, which makes sense, right? But shoot, why can't I hype my own video? I want to use all my hypes for me. Why would I not want to use them for myself? But it don't work that way. Well, I'll look throughout the day and see if I can find one for us so I can show y'all what it look like just in case if y'all ever see it. It's to my understanding, you get 3 each month and I mean 3 a week. So SD will get 3, then Marilda, you get 3, and you can hype different creators' videos. And I would love to see, you say you excited. I want everybody, I want to get a hype video. You know, I think it pushes you out into the rhythm, to the beat of the rhythm of the night. Let me see. I don't think my email is really gonna be really that explanatory to you, but this is what it looked like. I don't know if you can see my phone. It's not like a like button. It almost look like a star, and it'll say hype. I'm gonna find somebody video that we can hype. I'm gonna find somebody video up under my thing, and I'll send it to you guys. I'll show it to you guys. That way y'all can see it. Because it only lasts so long when the video is out there, from my understanding. I don't think I can see it on my computer. I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can see it on my. I think you have to be on your phone. Let me see. Let me see what it says. It's you can now share the content you hype with your community as a post. This means you get to be an advocate helping emerging creators. Okay, so they just talk about me hyping other vehicles. Oh gosh, other channels. Hype, share, and explore creators and share. It says viewers have the opportunity to hype 3 videos per week for eligible creators that have up under 500 subscribers. Of course, we up under 500. When a video is hyped, it receives points, giving it a chance to end up on a leaderboard. This helps increase the creator's visibility and allows them to reach more people. No, okay. Okay. No, we're rolling out a new way for views and other places. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can. I done seen it on one of our videos. I'm gonna see if I can find. And I don't know. It's like it's random. I want to say it's random. Like when the hype video come out, and I know it has to be in the first. I want to say I done seen it on my shorts. That's okay. I'm gonna find one to show y'all so y'all can see it. What it look like. Yeah, but it's a thing that they have, and I guess if you get, a hype thing, what it does is it puts you in a category so it can, because it's apparently a video somebody like, right? So it kind of pushes it out there into the thing. So that's what I want to try to I want to try to see if we can If y'all, first of all, I wanted to see if y'all seen it, and then understand exactly what it was. Okay, let me see if we still not back in court. Do you have to add something? No, you don't have to add anything. It just popped up on mine. I'll find one before we end today to kind of show y'all what it looked like. I was trying to see. I'm working on the short, so maybe I'll see if with my new short that I'm about to put out there. You know, of course, not the one with the pornographic activities. I see with my next short that I'm about to put out here, if maybe it'll give us a hype version, a hype tab, and if it does, then I can show it to you guys. Because I know it only does it for videos in the 7 days. Yeah. Yeah, I can ask therapist if she can find one, or she know, or if she know anything more about it. But yeah, I'll ask her when she comes in. I know it makes me so mad because like when you of course when you looking for something you can't find it. But I done seen it on different people videos, and I'm not sure if you can use it on here. Let me see. Let me ask Google. Yeah, I'm up here looking for working on our thing for 12 days of Christmas. Y'all know I'm so goofy. I like to be trying to do so many things, Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna find out some other information on this. Only so we can jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, it's not like a extra link or anything. It just really just popped up in my thing, like when I watched my video, and I'm like, oh, let me hit this hype thing. But then when I hit the hype thing, it say, nah, you're not able to hype your own videos. And I'm like, well, okay, well, they should let me hype it if ain't nobody else hyping it. Let me see. I'll pull up another one. Let me see. Okay, they still on break. So when we go to lunch today on here, as D love her since her business. She loves her since her business. Her business. You want a clip of that? I'll go through there and I'll see what I can pull together for you, SD, and then we can watch it. I'll get a a combination party, compilation, whatever that word is. Y'all know that word. Y'all know that word. I'm trying to use a whole bunch of clips in one. Boom. Great. So we will. It looked like it's like a star. It's literally like I think a pink and yellow star, and it just say hype. And you click on it. Um, Yeah, and I just clicked on it and I don't know what but it told me I couldn't do it. So it looked like this. And it's like in your little thing. So I don't know. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna find one to show y'all and I'll screenshot it. That's what I'll do. It's just I can't find one right now because I'm trying to find one. So I have to find it without trying to find it. I have to stumble across it. Because right now, since I'm looking for it, it's not gonna let me do it. I mean, it's not gonna show me one, of course. Yeah, I'm trying to see if they. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if you have to be subscribed to them. Yeah, it don't come up on all. I don't know if it comes up on all videos or what triggers it, but I'm trying to figure out how to trigger one on mine. It won't let me do it like I want to do it because I sure been trying to do it. Yeah, and they still on break. So I think when we go to break today, it's up to you guys if you want to. Do you want to? You found one? Oh, good. You see what I'm talking about? Oh, you want to get? I just want to show everybody. Was it up under a video? Did you have to be on your phone? Okay, was it on a short or was it on a video? I mean, long as it ain't nothing perv, you can tell me about it and I can see if I can pull it up. I'm just kidding, Phil. I know. It was a video. Yeah, I don't know. I want to feel like I seen them on my shorts too, but I think you even got to be in the comment section. Let me see. This is a video from 2 hours ago. Let me see. Or film, can you send me a picture of it in the mod chat? Oh, you did? Take It to Trial is live 2 days ago. Let me see. Oh, I found it. I see it. Okay, so let me show y'all. Thank you, film. Let me show y'all real quick. Wait a minute. I don't think you can do it on the computer. You have to be on your, wait a minute, because I'm trying to show y'all on the computer. Yeah, you must have to be on your phone. Yep, you're gonna have to be on your phone. So, okay, so that's the first thing we got, guys. We got to be on our phone. And so here it go. This is what it looked like. So I went into the video, and then when you scroll over, like where the like button at, you got your remix button, you got save, and then you got where y'all can, send the donation, and then you got this hype button, and then it pop up like that, but it won't let me. So it say you cannot hype your own video. Can you see it a little bit? No, it ain't only mine can hype. If you go to this video, it was 9 minutes and like 31 seconds long. If you go to that video and you go where see, somebody hyped it. I see it. Somebody hyped it. So you get 3 of those. Hey, Lynn. So you get 3 of those each week to do on different creators. So I've seen it. My question is what does it do for the channel? So it says that it puts, wait a minute. So it says help your favorite creators get discovered when you hype. So I guess when you do this, it puts us in like a for the first 7 days. So it's only for the first 7 days. After 7 days is done. It says smaller creators will get a bonus points when their video is hyped. The smaller the creator, the bigger the bonus. How much can I hype? You can hype 3 more times this week. So I guess they put us on a leaderboard, and as you get the hype points, it pushes you out into the to the beat of the rhythm of the night. The one that I seen that Film was talking about is the 9-minute one. I don't know if it's on any of the other videos. It only lasts for 7 days, and you only get 3 of them a week. Oh yeah, so it's on all our videos. So any video that you see, you can actually hype it. Okay, cool. Let me see. Do they have it on our any of our lives? Let me see. You just got to scroll over once you get in there. It looked like it's on the videos. I don't think it's on the lives. Let me see. So once it's over 7 days, it don't work, but anything up under 7 days, it works. I think. Okay. Anywho, they back in court. Yeah, I would try. Yeah, wanted to take it to trial live videos, like with film had because I was able to do it on that. I was able to see it on that one. Yeah, and it's on both of them. So any of the ones with the gold to take it to trial, the gold. Lynn said, every time I've tried to request you, Jason, it bounced me out. I ain't requesting you no more. You gonna have to request her. You gonna have to come for her, Jason. Cause she ain't coming for you no more. Cause coming for you and trying to be friends with you, it keep kicking her out. Did you scroll all the way over, SD? Because remember, it's not right there. You can't, you gotta scroll. See? Where is it at? So you gotta scroll. So it's not right there when you first open it up. You gotta scroll. Yeah, you scrolled over. So you in the thing with the comments and then you scrolling over. Okay. I'm not sure then, boo. Maybe you, I don't know. Maybe you out here hyping other, no, I don't know. You say you can't find one? I don't know. Merelda. I'm gonna ask Merelda to see if Merelda, you got your phone? Are you able to look? While we doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and put us back in the courtroom. They are back from break, guys. And let's see what we have. Keep it in the closet. I look silly, little silly bean. Wait a minute.
Watch your stuff on me.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Ana Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Ana Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Ana Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14.4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Question.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally.
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your
Honor. The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification. of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Ana Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please? Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No. I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it, whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all, and therefore was not.
So there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross.
No cross, Judge.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
officer from the testimony that you
Yes. Right this way, sir. Just watch your step. Right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I have been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice
what?
up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah, okay.
microphone and
Sorry.
keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it, there you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Just advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one question. Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in myself and the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Get this way. Just watch your stuff for me.
Good morning. And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Ana Walshe.
And did you know Ana Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to DC to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
There was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? Or
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides?
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children. All contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Ana Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times,
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse
Yes,
was well organized.
correct.
So you said that you found the paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was, there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay, did you, you mentioned what, I thought I heard you say, you mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the, in the.
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom, there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes,
And they were in the closet?
yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capozzoli.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the podcast and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
Right this way, sir. Step up, watch your step. Follow the in. Follow the furrows. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm going to ask you if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capozzoli, Capozzoli.
And sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Ana Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in,
figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Ana was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one, in the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And he had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon timeframe.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building. And I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to DC for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in DC.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes. So next door, north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walshe family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Ana Walshe. And the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel. Your Honor, approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Ana.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gillen, can we have still 3? Mr. Capizzoli, how do you recognize this is the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walsh family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
a bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And were you was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments? Or that's just what came to you with the Walsh at that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes,
And what month was that, do you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes,
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
yes,
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
yes,
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
yes,
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
yes,
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
correct, yes,
And that was $5,000 a month?
yes,
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
yes,
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No,
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
yes,
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
yes,
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but they could have opened too far and broke the hinge, not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear, no.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure, if they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walshe, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Ana Walshe on a couple of occasions?
Yes,
And that was with Mr. Walshe or by herself and the boys?
by herself,
Okay. Nothing further. Your
with the
Honor.
boys, I'm sorry, by herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
yeah.
herself with the boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mark Salvaggi.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak in
Right this way, sir. Just watch your stuff for me. Step all the way in. Here for you.
There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Salvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes,
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McClune?
It's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McClune, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Ana Walshe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Ana Walshe?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Ana Walshe?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walshe?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Ana Walshe?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Ana Walshe any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer two policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Ana Walshe. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as, and is in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98, 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Ana.
Okay. And does it have, for Ana, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the fourth page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does. Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Ana Walshe.
And for Ana Walshe, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Ana Walshe life insurance?
No.
In Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
Thank you.
George, I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. You just hold tight, George. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please.
Yes. Yeah, how about that? Thanks.
You may proceed. 1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Salvage, I just gave you a document, and I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history,
And who is it for?
Ana Walshe.
And sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's a part of the application process.
And so if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And sir,
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Ana Walshe, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Ana Walshe supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Ana Walshe about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Ana Walshe over the phone.
Yes.
Okay, and these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021.
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Ana Walshe in March of 2021.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that that they give a blood and urine sample. Somebody comes to the house. And then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records.
Yes.
And can you tell based on the documentation if that was done in this case?
It was.
And then once you have that release, what happens?
They
How do you
write,
access the medical records?
the company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean, do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you?
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Ana Walshe, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
Right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these
Your
additional
Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now
Yes, sir.
on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably honestly would be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So all right, bring them back out. Keep working.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness on the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating?
Yeah, that's on the form, starting in Evans. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted.
Question, Judge.
All right.
All rise, jury is entering.
Only thing, you can't be playing in the chat and not listening to this testimony that we getting. I'm just playing. So what's not allowed is that the life insurance guy was going to be testifying to how great Anna's health was when they received the paperwork. So and the judge just ruled like he's not the person to do that. Like he didn't even actually see the actual medical records. It went to the underwriter. So they can't bring that evidence in that way. So the state will have to either see about a rebuttal witness because they're trying to get in, you know, remember he's saying that she passed away. He just woke up and she was passed away, right? And what they're trying to establish is that she didn't have any type of health concerns and they were trying to bring that in through the life insurance guy. But yeah, so they're not going to be able to bring that medical part in there because, you know, he kept saying he's like, she's in great health condition. And the judge asked those questions, clarifying questions. Okay, so where did you get this information from? How do you know that? Do you have her medical records? Do you have them with you now? Where are the medical records? And he's just like, you know, the underwriter gets it. So it seemed like the underwriter should have testified. And then she was also questioning him in regards to the person who actually took the call, the interview with Anna in 2021, the call, and that person that she thought it was is also not that person. So let's see. It looks like she is going to bring them back in. I thought they were going to go straight to lunch, but I guess not.
Back to session, you may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Approach the witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance through New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they're under the care of.
Is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale, sir?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called select preferred, and then it goes preferred, and then it goes preferred 2, then it goes non-smoker, then it goes non-smoker, table 1 through 13, then it goes to standard or select standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's standard, which is a smoker, and then there's standard, table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Ana Walshe's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, a urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not performed?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Ana Walshe about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? That drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance.
Yes.
And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you asked if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
Okay. So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Ana Walshe had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole.
Yes.
Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I'm having a hard time. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and terms, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start as something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Ana Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds? Well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay, so if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Ana had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walshe off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Let me just miss, oh, sorry. So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought, like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Ana Walshe never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this
Objection.
family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
So you were a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You're so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
All right, please. Here's those notebooks. Follow me.
He said objection, and she was like, I think it's time to go to lunch. And they just jumped up.
This is
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Sound like she over them. That's what it sound like. Y'all not gonna keep doing all these objections. Not on my time. Okay. So we are at lunch. Let me see. Do I have us a lunch break update? Hey, Kino. We got SD straight, so she not a hyper video. For all those, we do know that we are on day 4 of our, well, the 4th series of our Diddy special that we watching on Discord. We'll finish that up this evening. Hey, Cynthia, they was asking about you yesterday, and I said I was going to email you. Will they talk more after the jury leave? No, it's going to the sign. The judge didn't feel like being bothered with them, Just Shamrock. It's at the fan. Nope. She was over them. She jumped up and everything. So I think our plan, if y'all want, we can put on some, I don't know. Is there any old testimony from this that y'all want to hear so far? For those that are watching the pageant redrum trial, I am going to set up a room to premiere part 2 of day 1. That trial is pretty interesting. I think it's going to be a quick trial too. I think we'll be at the jury by Friday. You say the DoorDash was at the door, right? Like, it's time for lunch. She ain't playing. It's like 1:00 there, so they'll be back by 2. So we can, if y'all want, we can play some prior testimony for this trial. I won't get started playing anything with any of the other stuff because I don't want to mix them. That's all. Let me see here. Yeah, that one with the ex-beauty queen, I tell you, it's probably going to be a nice little watch if y'all want to tune in when I air the rest of it later today. I think. They currently on lunch too. I was trying to get us where we would be right on time, but it didn't work like that. Let me see. I'm just seeing if there's anything out here that look interesting to show y'all. We did the Harrington. He up getting his 40 years. Oh my goodness, this look good. It's called Seriously Stuffed Pepper Soup. Dang. I'm gonna have to go back to that recipe, boy. That look good. Seriously stuffed pepper. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we only aired part 1 of it. I got a no fluff version on there. It's like 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I am going to air part 2 later today. So part 1 just has the opening statements, first responders. And I think that's it. But the second part, it looked like it's going to be like the juicy part. From what I could tell, because the dad actually testifies. So I definitely want to watch that that portion after we get finished with this case. Okay, Judge Shamrock, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all your help. Hopefully we'll see you tonight for our finale. Yeah, it's up to just to the first responders. Yeah, so the second part gonna be something else, Marilda. I'm gonna air it after we finish court today. So it'll probably be about 10 o'clock your time. But it's only because I had to do some more edits to it. So it is it looked like it's about 3 hours and 31 minutes. Yeah, it look like it's about 3 hours and 31 minutes. I just wanted to make sure. What's for tonight? So tonight we are going to be watching, well, tonight on Discord at 7 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, we're going to watch on Discord our grand finale of our Diddy on Netflix. So that's like totally separate. If you want to join us on Discord, we've been watching the Netflix special. After we get finished with trial today, I think they usually in court maybe about 2:30 Mountain Standard Time. We will go into the pageant trial. Yeah, and I would even play the opening statement, the trial here. But we will only get through probably opening statements if y'all wanted me to play it in here while we on lunch. But we would only get through opening statements. So y'all could tell me 11, 12, 1, 2, yeah. Because they take an hour. And I can always cut it out of here. So y'all tell me, what do y'all want? Y'all want to look at the pageant queen opening statements? Or do y'all want me to go back to some testimony on this one? You say, how many trials have I missed? This is the first one we started. The Walshe trial is the first one that started on Monday. Here, Cynthia. And then the pageant queen trial started yesterday. You want to do the opening statements from the other one or the opening statements from this one, Pretty Brown? Okay. Fair enough. So I'll get that queued up. We can watch the opening statements from that trial. Yeah, and I'll cut it out of this video once we get done so I don't get mixed up with that one. But yeah, let me move it back.
Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the fight, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, lights up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When when the sun goes down and the cases get deep. After dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's kneeling strong with her trademark style. And the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Take it to trial.
Don't worry, y'all not gonna get it twice.
Issues and regard the very first part of today's proceeding is going to be you receiving the oath of the trial jury. So I'm going to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Trinity Poe, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please indicate that you will. Thank you. Now, the indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing the crimes that are alleged in the indictment, and those crimes being violations of the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption stays with her until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. And again, you will receive much greater detail as to that burden in the final instructions. My role in this case is to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you as to that law. These are merely preliminary instructions, and you'll be given instructions at the end that will address the burden of proof, will address the specific elements of each offense charged, that will address many rules of evidence and other matters that you'll get in detail. The object of this trial is the discovery of truth. During the trial, I will admit evidence according to rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure that you consider only the best and highest evidence. These lawyers are very experienced attorneys. They're good lawyers, and they're going to make objections. They're going to advocate for their positions and for their clients. During the course of those objections, there's going to be discussion between the court and the lawyers concerning those objections. We might even have to ask you to step out into the jury room while we address some of those matters. Please don't draw any inference from that, and any of the conversation between the court and the lawyers about those objections is not evidence. That's legal banter that is not evidence in this case. And I don't want you to hold it against either party if an objection is made or if it's inconvenient that you have to step outside. Now, the trial will proceed, and I'll give you sort of an outline of what to expect in the trial. The first part of the trial is the attorneys are going to make opening statements. That is where the lawyers have the opportunity, they don't have to, but they have the opportunity to kind of preview the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. Once the opening statements are concluded, the state will have the opportunity to present its case in chief. That's done by presenting evidence, calling witnesses. I don't know what the evidence is in the case because I will have heard it for the first time just like you, but a lot of times there are documents, pictures, videos, I don't know. But any evidence that is presented or any witness that is presented the defendant will have the opportunity to challenge that witness by cross-examination or making objections, that sort of thing. But the state is going to present its evidence. When the state closes its evidence, the defendant has the option to present evidence, but she has no burden of proof and is not required to present any evidence. But if she wishes to do so, that'll be done in the same fashion. Once all of the evidence is presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to give closing arguments. And again, the state has the burden of proof, so the state has the right to open and conclude the argument phase. During the argument phase of the trial, the lawyers will try to persuade you. They're allowed to argue the law and argue inferences and try to persuade you to one side of the case or the other. Once all of that is completed, and all the evidence is completed and all the arguments are completed, I will give you those legal detailed instructions. At that time, you'll be asked to return to the jury room. The evidence and the indictment and a verdict form will be brought to you, and you will select a foreperson and begin your deliberations. It is very important that you pay close attention to the trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort or that distracts you, just inform me or the bailiff, and we will do what is needed to make sure you can hear and see the evidence. And if you need a break, we'll take that break as needed. You should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. And I gave you detailed legal instructions yesterday concerning your discussion of the case, your investigation of the case. I'm not going to give quite as much detail today, but I will remind you that it would be very improper for you to talk about this case with anyone or to conduct any research about this case or the law or any other matter associated with this case on your own. In that regard, you were asked to leave telephones in your car or with the bailiff. Has everybody done that? Okay, great. And I'll remind you that there may be recordings going on during the trial, and I'll assure you that none of that is going to depict you, and it's going to be very unobtrusive, and you should pay no attention to it at all. Okay. Now, does anybody have notepads? Okay. You're certainly entitled to take notes, but I want to make a few observations about that. You only have to take notes. You don't have to take notes. You take notes if you want to. But if you do take notes, please do not let that distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Once you start deliberating, you can share the notes. But even then, notes are not evidence. They are only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impressions or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you could consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, again, only in the deliberation stage, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent memory. And you have to leave your notes in the jury room other than when you are in the courtroom. And at the end of all this, they'll be destroyed. So you won't get a transcript of the testimony in this trial to take with you. So it's important that you listen and take notes only if that helps you in your memory. Okay? Any questions? All right, we're going to proceed then. Is the state ready to open? Yes, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Could I ask that chair be removed sort of in
Yes.
the way a little bit?
Box, you there? Yes, sir.
Over the next few days, what you are going to hear in this courtroom is the story of the short life and horrible death of a little boy. A little boy who at the time he died was 18 months old. He was born June 25th, 2022 to his mother, Shayla Garnica. In Tallahassee, Florida. his father was Julian Williams, and Julian knew that Shayla was pregnant, but was expecting the baby to be born the following week. She called him the day after the baby was born and said, "He's here now. He's been born." So Julian Williams went to Tallahassee, and they celebrated the baby, and that talked about what to name him, and agreed to name him Jackson Drew Angelus, which is Shayla's her last name, like her I can't remember what the correct word is, but it's her last name was Angelus Garnica, and so the child was going to be Jackson Drew Angelus. Actually, she didn't do that. She did the birth certificate and she put Romeo Angeles on there. And as it turns out, actually, you'll hear Julian Williams didn't even realize that the child's name was Romeo, as opposed to Jackson Drew, which they had agreed on, until after he had passed away. But he went by JD. That's what everybody called him. That's what his father called him. That's what his aunt called him. That's what his mother called him. He went by the name, by the initials JD, and he was ultimately solely in the custody of Julian Williams. When the child was 3 or 4 months old, his mother was going to return to Mexico for something, and she contacted Julian and said, that she wanted to know if he had any problem with her taking the child to Mexico. And he said, yeah. He said, "I'd rather not." He said, "Why don't you just leave him with me?" And she said, "Okay." So he went to Tallahassee and he picked up JD and took him back to Colquitt, where he lived. And when he went back to Colquitt with the child, that essentially was the end of the mother's involvement with the child. She saw the child 2 or 3 times after that, like when Julian took the child to Tallahassee to go to a doctor's appointment, whatever, she saw the child then, but she didn't keep him anymore. He didn't stay with her anymore. He lived from that point forward until his death. He lived with Julian Williams. He lived with Julian Williams and Julian's sister, Ashanti Burr, who is a little younger than he is. She's a college student now. And they lived with their mother in Colquitt. Her mother became ill. She was diagnosed with cancer. She was receiving radiation treatment, and the child couldn't be in the home with her because she was receiving radiation treatment. And so she ended up moving to another house that they owned, and so it was Julian Williams and Ashanti, his sister, and the child living there. And Julian was the sole income. He was the sole wage earner, the sole support for the family, for his mother, for his sister, and for the child. And so he worked a lot. And when he was working, his sister was the person who took care of the child, sort of on a day-to-day basis. The mother ended up dying. I don't remember exactly when that was. Sometime in 2023, Julian's mother passed away, and so it was Julian and Ashanti and JD. Whatever the original origin was of the relationship, Julian Williams became involved in a relationship with Trinity Pogue, who is the defendant in this case. And she lived in Donaldsonville, in South Georgia, down, further south. We're in South Georgia, further South Georgia. When you're in Donaldsonville, this is North Georgia, practically where we are. But she was from there. She was from Donaldsonville, and she and Julian Williams became involved in a relationship. And you're going to hear some things about the relationship, about as it progressed. And for now, I'm just going to sort of summarize it by saying that what I think you will hear is evidence that the relationship was very rocky, that it was sort of up and down, it was on again, off again. They were breaking up on Thursday and back together on Friday, and then she was going to break up with him on Saturday, and her feelings because he broke up with her before she could break up with him, and so on and so forth over the course of many, many, many months. Trinity she was a college student. She started attending Georgia Southwestern in August of 2023. And so Julian often on weekends when he was off work, he often would come up to Americus. He many times brought the child with him to Americus, and they stayed in her dorm, and she lived in the Oaks dormitory. She had a roommate, a young lady named Paris Permore, who you will hear from in this trial. And so Julian would bring the child up, and they would stay with her. They would stay with her there. Throughout all of this, one of the primary sources of friction that you will hear about, the primary sources of friction in this relationship, and what you will hear is this, that Trinity Pogue resented this child. She resented this child because the child got more of Julian Williams. Jay goes by Jay. Most people call him Jay Williams. And so if I say Jay or Julian, I'm talking about the same person. I'm talking about the child's father. But the child, JD, got a lot more attention from Jay than perhaps than Ms. Pogue did. In addition to that, the evidence will show that she resented the fact that she was sort of placed in a stepmother role, that wasn't the role she wanted to be in, that she wanted to have a family, she wanted to have children, she wanted to have a child or children with Jay Williams, but not that child. She wanted her own child with Jay Williams. And you will see and hear evidence in both in the form of text messages and people who knew Trinity Pogue and who had conversations with her, and you'll hear from them about the things that she said, and you'll see some of the text messages that she said, and going all the way back to like August of 2023. She was expressing her anger about the child, her frustration about the child, that commented in a text message to a roommate that she really would just like to punch him, and it's like, well, I know that sounds terrible, because he's just a little boy, but still, I wish I could just punch him. And she makes those references and things like that continue throughout their relationship. So coming up to the week of January 8th, January 9th of 2024, Jay Williams is here. He comes to America because he's working. He works at he'll tell you, I can't remember the name of the place, but it's in Bainbridge, and they build dams and bridges and things like that. They construct them there and then take them apart and ship them out and put them back together and all that. He's got a good job, and he fully supports this family and has since even before the child was born. But he would come to America sometimes, and then he'd go to work from here, and then come back to Americus during the weeks. And so he was in Americus for a couple of days and stayed at the dorm with Ms. Pogue. And then he got a room here at a hotel, and they were going to have sort of a celebratory night, I suppose. And there was some fighting going on. It was trying to make up, and you'll hear all of that evidence. But the bottom line is that he's here on and off throughout that week. And then Saturday, he leaves here on Friday and goes work, and he goes home, and so he's in Colquitt, and
there are phones in the courtroom that need to be cut off.
I don't know where mine is, so I'm sure it's not mine. So they're there that night on Friday, January 13th. He's there. I'm sorry, it's not Friday, Saturday, January 13th. He's in Colquitt, and she's up here, and she's, somebody comes up with the idea of them meeting in Albany. Okay, so he's going to meet her in Albany. They're going to go to dinner and whatever. So he says, but I've got JD with me. Okay, so I'm going to have JD, and Trinity Pogue says, that's fine. Bring JD. I want to see JD too. And so bring JD. And so they meet in Albany and go to a couple of places, go get some food, and go to Sephora, the makeup store, and some other things. And then they're leaving there, and he's going to come with her to Americas. Saturday night, January 13th, 2024. And they haven't even gotten to Americas, okay? They hadn't even gotten to Americas before she begins texting her roommate, Paris Permort. And she says to Paris at 9:28 p.m. that night, she says to Paris something to the effect of, are you going to be, Paris worked nights. She worked nights at Magnolia Manor. And so she wasn't at the dorm. And so Ms. Pogue texted her and said, are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD, okay, because JD was coming up here with his dad. And she says, he made me feel bad because it's late and JD's being fussy. So he asked if they could stay. Well, that's what she's telling the roommate. I think the evidence will be that that's not, in fact, what happened. Because they're in Albany, right? He can go back to Colquitt, which is 40 miles away, and she can come to Americas, which is 40 miles away. But she wants him to come to Americas, so he's coming to Americas, and she's complaining to the roommate because JD's going to be there. Because JD's going to be in Americas with him. She texts Paris, her roommate. I say roommate, sweet mate. You'll see the breakup of the room. You go in the door and there's a sink and a bathroom and a little lobby area and then 2 rooms. Okay, so she texts Paris and she says, I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him. It's what she's telling Paris, even while she's driving to Americas with the child in her car. She put the child in her car, and Jay was following them up here. So they get here. And Paris wants to see the child. She's seen him. She's met him several times, when he was up here, and she adored him. She thought that he was, the sweetest little thing in the world, and so she wanted to see the child. So she says, she's gonna come over there, and she's, she says, I want to come see my child, and Ms. Pogue says, you want me to stop by your work, and Paris says, no, I'll come to the dorm in a little while. When I have a break, I'll come. And so she does. She goes over there a little after they get there. They get to the dorm that night, a little after 10, and then right after that, just a few minutes after that, Paris comes to the dorm, visits with the child for a few minutes, and then leaves and goes back to work. Later that night, Trinity Pogue texted Paris and said, is it okay if I sleep in your room? She says, I just need a break. I need a mental break. JD isn't asleep, and Jay is knocked out all over the bed, and I didn't want to play the TV in there. That's about 11:30, 11:45 or so on Saturday night, January 13th. She tells Paris Well, Paris says, well, why don't you wake him up and tell him to help get JD to sleep? And Trinity Pogue says to Paris, she says, I did, and he just put him beside him and let him roll off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. I think that message was at, you will hear, 11:57 p.m. Now, the sleeping arrangements in that room, where there was an air mattress, and the air mattress was blown up, and it was at the end of the bed, foot of the bed, of Ms. Pogue's bed, and Ms. Pogue and the child were sleeping on the air mattress, and Jay was sleeping on her bed. And so, which tells me about the child, quote, rolled off the bed, she later clarifies in a subsequent message the next afternoon to Paris. She says, oh, well, Paris says, what? And she goes, oh, it's fine. He's okay. He's okay. He's fine. And not only does she say he's okay, he's fine, but she has her phone out and she takes some videos, some short videos of the child after the child has supposedly fallen off of the bed. And the child is sitting up and he's calm and he's quiet and looks like a normal, sleepy little kid, who's sort of playing with, moving his hands around, playing with Miss Pogue, and looks for all the world just, like everything is perfectly okay. There's no bruises, there's no marks on him, there's no anything. There weren't any bruises on him when he got here, okay, like on his face or on his body. There weren't any marks, wasn't suffering from any kind of medical condition, wasn't in need of medical care or anything else, okay, when he had gotten here with his daddy. But she says to Paris, she goes, he's fine, he's okay. And the next day she clarifies and she goes, well, Paris says, well, I thought you said he rolled off the bed. And she says, well, yeah, she says, but, well, first she says, I don't know. I was asleep. Like, I don't know if he fell off the bed or didn't fall off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. A few hours after she told Paris he rolled off the bed. Then she tells Paris, when Paris asks about it again, says, well, did he fall off the bed last night or not? And she says, yeah. She says, but that was only off the air mattress. And the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. And of course, you'll see there is an air mattress that's in the room. I mean, by the time the room is searched and photographed and so forth, the air mattress, before Jay Williams had left the room that Sunday morning, the air mattress was folded up, put in the closet, etc. So in any event, to get back to that night, she had texted Paris and said he fell off the bed, etc. But the child's up. She takes videos. He's fine. He's calm. He's playing. Doesn't have a mark on him. Doesn't appear to be in any distress whatsoever. He went to bed that night. Slept all night long that night. Okay? Slept until 9:30 or 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, the 14th. He woke up and, okay, I have a 4-year-old grandson and I might do this, okay? So I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with this, okay? But this is what the child was given to eat, okay? When he woke up on Sunday morning, it was Fritos, twisty Fritos, the swirly chips, Fritos chips, and Mountain Dew in his sippy cup, okay? But that's what the child has, and the child is sitting in a chair that's one of those like saucer style chairs, like big round thing sits on a frame, and the child is in the chair, put in the chair, and is sitting there eating Fritos and drinking Mountain Dew and watching TV, and everything is fine. Jay Williams left. They were going to get lunch. He ordered pizza. Okay. He left the dorm, and you're going to see a video that just shows him. There's a few seconds of the video, but it's just video from the dorm, and you'll see you'll be able to make notes of the times that people came and went at the dorm. But he left, I think it was 11:55, 11:56 or something like that, Sunday morning, to go to Walmart to get some drinks and to go pick up a pizza for food. When he left, his son was in good health. He was gone 35 or 36 minutes. As he was coming back, he gets a call from Trinity Poe, who says something to the effect of, I don't know what happened, but he's not breathing. And so Jay Williams pulls up to the dorm, and he goes into the dorm, and you'll see him, he's got a Walmart bag and a Pizza Hut box in his hands. And he goes through the door, and when he gets to the room, she's holding his baby, and he said, the child appeared to be in great distress. He tossed the pizza on the bed. He dropped the Walmart bags on the floor. He picked the baby up, and he took off. He rushed out the door with the baby, headed to Phoebe Sumter, to the emergency room. The child was so sick at that point that the child was throwing up on him. May have started throwing up when he was in the dorm, in the room. I think what you hear is Jay Williams will testify. I mean, there's some evidence the child might have thrown up, like as they were going out the door. Jay Williams will testify that he doesn't really know when he started throwing up, but he was like in the car. It was when he, threw up on his clothes, etc. Gets to the emergency room. Not really. They take the child in. The child is in grave distress at this point. There's no pulse. He's not, no heartbeat, no blood pressure, no breathing, no anything. And they take the child and start performing CPR and I'll try. They were going to life flight him out to Dr. Busman, who will testify in this case. Dr. Busman, that's right, he'd made arrangements with Eggleston Hospital in Atlanta, the Children's Hospital in Atlanta, for the child to go up there. They made arrangements. They were going to fly them, helicopter the child out, life flight to Eggleston. As soon as they could get him stable, they never were able to get him stable enough to fly. A little after 4 o'clock, about 3 hours after he had gotten to the hospital, J.D. Angelus took his last breath. This child that when he came to Americas from Colquitt on Saturday, didn't have a mark on him, didn't have any injury, wasn't in any distress. When Jay Williams left to go to pick up pizza, the child was sitting up, eating, not in any distress, didn't have a mark on him. But by the time the child got to the emergency room, after spending 35 minutes in that room with Trinity Poe, this is what the child had. He had fresh bruising on his face. There was a fresh bruise, a visible, immediate, a sort of immediately visible bruise on the right side. Yeah, right side of his forehead. There was a bruise on the right side of his neck. There was a bruise on his cheek. There was a much bigger bruise on his other cheek. And you'll hear some testimony. You'll hear some testimony from the medical examiner and maybe others about what kind of a bruise this was. It's what they call a pattern bruise. Okay, it's something that when a doctor, when a medical examiner, somebody who's trained and experienced, looks at it, they say, I know what caused that bruise. because it's like a bruise, and there's a little break, you know, in the skin, whatever, where it's not bruised, and there's another bruise, and it's called a pattern bruise because it's something that is known as the kind of bruise you get from a hard slap to the face, or from this kind of a thing, this kind of a pinch to the face. So there's that bruise on the left side. He's bleeding from his brain. There are bruises, multiple bruises, 4, 5, or more fresh bruises on the top of this child's head. Okay, here and here and here and here, and in the temporal parietal region, which I think means right here. Okay, and up here at the top of his head. And that's not all. On the back of his head, this bone right here at the bottom of the scalp, the bottom of the skull, okay, that sort of dish shape that kind of goes in, okay, sort of naturally protected by your shoulders and by the crown of your head. This bone here at the bottom of his skull, the occipital bone, is fractured. Not only is the occipital bone fractured, but he has a massive hemorrhage in that location at the back of his head. A hemorrhage that was causing a hematoma, collection of blood, that was so fresh and so immediate that the people at the emergency room are like, you can feel it. You can put your hands on it, you can feel the blood built up right here at the back of JD's head. That is an injury that I believe the evidence will show is referred to as catastrophic. It's an acute injury. It's not an injury that happened hours before or days before. It's not an injury that could have happened the night before. It's not an injury that could have happened realistically. It's not an injury that could have happened from a child falling off of a bed or falling out of a chair or anything else. It's an injury that essentially requires applied force to that particular part of the head. And it's an injury that could literally only have occurred within a few minutes' time before this child was presented at the emergency room. Couldn't have happened last night. Couldn't have happened 4 hours ago, or 5 hours ago, or even 2 or 3 hours ago. It can't be, to the moment clear about when the injury occurred. But I think what you would hear across the board from the medical testimony in this case, you're going to hear not only from the medical examiner, but you're also going to hear from both of the treating physicians that treated this child at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, at the ER, in the emergency room. It's Dr. Busman and Dr. Olek. And they're going to say that injury didn't happen before. That injury had to have happened in a very brief time, just a few moments before the child presented at the emergency room. And believe it or not, that's still not all. In addition to the multiple impacts, the multiple points of impact, the multiple injuries that was causing his brain to bleed here and here and here and here and here, in addition to that, J.D. Angeles had a massive laceration of his liver, okay, which is down here, this part of your back, where his liver is. And there's a massive laceration of the liver. And the laceration of the liver is to the right lobe of the liver. It's the lobe of the liver that basically is away from the front of the body. Okay, not it happens from falling forward or landing on the front part of your body. It's an injury that's off back here. it's causing him to bleed profusely in his abdomen. The evidence will be, the medical testimony that you'll hear is going to be pretty clear about it, that this is not the injury that killed the child. Okay, the injury that killed the child is the injury to his head. There's really not going to be any medical dispute about that. But there's nonetheless a massive laceration of the liver. It's not a chronic condition. It's not a condition that could have built up over time. It's not blood that would have collected over some long period of time. Okay, it's an injury that occurred acutely, that occurred sometime in the minutes or hours before the child was at the emergency room. Some of the injuries, like the bruises, for instance, what the testimony will be is that they're acute, they're fresh. I mean, but nobody can really age a bruise, okay? They can't look at a bruise and say that bruise is less than an hour old, okay? An hour-old bruise doesn't look much different than an 8-hour-old bruise, okay? The one injury, the single injury that can really be aged in this case, that the doctors can take a position, a firm position, and say this injury had to have occurred in this time frame, was the catastrophic injury to the fracture of the occipital bone, the hemorrhage, and the occipital bone was fractured so hard, okay, the extent of the fracture was significant enough that it caused the skull, this child's skull, to separate, okay, on this side of his head. Okay, like everybody's seeing pictures of skull, skeletons type of thing, and the skull is 4 or 5 different pieces, okay, and those pieces you hear they're laced together, okay, like the bone of the skull laces together, okay. It's something called various, the one that's in question in this case is called the lambdoidal suture, okay, and the suture is just where the pieces of the skull join together, okay, and the impact to the back of this child's head was so severe that it caused the lambdoidal suture, which is up here on the scalp, caused it to separate, okay. That's the injury that can be dated in time. But the others, the bruises, the injury to the liver, are all consistent with that same time frame, and the evidence will be, that they're all acute, they're all fresh, and you're going to see pictures of this child from just a few hours before where there aren't any of these injuries, okay? There aren't any of these injuries on him. There's no injuries to his face. There's no marks on his face. There's no knots on his head. There's no swelling of his abdomen. There's no vomiting. There's no illness that occurs or is associated with head trauma. The only time that is present is at the conclusion of what was essentially the last 35 minutes of this child's life, when he was in the sole company of the defendant, Trinity. I'll tell you what evidence I don't have. It's not going to hear. I don't. Nobody saw what she did. Okay, nobody saw what she did to inflict these injuries. Okay, there's not a video from inside of her dorm room, and I think you may hear. Some hypotheses, could this have happened? Could that have happened? Could this have caused this injury? Could that have caused this injury? And so forth. But the bottom line is, nobody knows for sure what happened, except that J.D. Angelus was the victim of severe and sudden head trauma and abdominal trauma, something that they will, I think that the phrase that you may hear from one or more of these doctors is something like inflicted trauma, okay? Inflicted trauma as opposed to accidental trauma. There's some earmarks, there are some distinctions that the clinical presentation of a patient, there's some distinctions between patients who present with accidental injuries and patients who present with injuries that are the result of inflicted or applied trauma. You're going to hear the story of the last few days and the last few minutes of J.D. Angela's short life. And you're going to hear about the details of his horrible death. And ultimately, when all the evidence is in and the case is closed, I'll come back, talk to you again. And what I will ask you for then is simply this: that as a jury, that you collectively say, we are going to hold accountable, we are going to hold responsible the person, the only person who could have inflicted these injuries on this 18-month-old baby. And the way you will show that accountability and make that finding of accountability and responsibility is by returning a verdict of guilty on the charges that the state has brought against this defendant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Are you all still comfortable? Does anybody need a brief recess? Okay. Mr. Gamble for the defendant.
Thank you, Anna. May it please the court.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you yesterday morning, my name is T. Gamble. It's my privilege today to represent Trinity Poe. You've heard what the state says the evidence is going to show in this case, and it will not be surprising to you, I don't think, that we disagree with at least some of what the
Gosh, it was about to drive me crazy. So wait a minute, was he just did he just like rub on her shoulder before he went up here? Wait a minute. You know, when you go back and watch stuff, you see stuff multiple times, you see different stuff. Oh yeah, he did. He must need help getting up. Is this a help for getting up, or he just wanted to let her know I'm about to go up here and I'm about to throw it all against the wall? Is this the throw it up against the wall moment, or what is this? I ain't never seen that. And then he going to the podium to do his statements. Y'all see that?
you heard.
Why is it doing that? I'm trying to flip it now. I wonder why it's doing that. That's
You heard.
okay. It's at 49:01. Okay, that's okay. I'll clip it later. And it looked like she probably she paying for her attorney. It looked like I don't know if he a paid attorney or not. They still haven't came back from lunch. I'm gonna continue to play. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to speed them up.
The state says the evidence is going to show in this case, and it will not be surprising to you, I don't think, that we disagree with at least some of what the state has to say as to what this evidence is going to show. Now, there are certain parts of the evidence we will all agree on. There's no question about that. But I'm going to tell you what we believe the evidence is really going to show you about this case. you're going to see that this is a case that the state has made that is filled with suspicion, but is completely empty of evidence. You're going to see that this case is not about a young 18-year-old girl who was dating a 23-year-old man and in some reason or another caused great harm to an 18-month-old child. Because you're going to see from the facts of this case that this case is about a victim. Not just one victim, but two victims. One victim is readily apparent. That's JD. This is an 18-month-old child that had tragic injuries. There's no question about that. But the second victim sits at this table right here, right behind me. That victim is Trinity Poe, because she has been accused of a crime she did not commit, based upon speculation that is incorrect. Because you're going to see from the evidence that what occurred here is nothing to do with Trinity Poe's hands, nothing to do with any violence she would have ever have done toward the child. The evidence is going to show you that Trinity Poe was 18 years old at the time she was accused of this crime. She had graduated from high school the spring before that. She had graduated with honors. She had received a scholarship from the Jimmy Carter Scholarship Program. She agreed to come to Georgia Southwestern under that scholarship program to get a degree in nursing. She had just completed her first semester of school, making straight A's, when it began the second semester in January of 2024. Now, when she first entered Georgia Southwestern back in August of 2023, she had a relationship of boyfriend-girlfriend with Julian Williams, who you've already heard a little about. Julian Williams is 23 years old. She's 18. This relationship, as has already been described and we acknowledge, was volatile. It was an immature relationship, one in which they argued and fought and broke up and got back together and broke up and got back together. The breakups were usually on an hour or two, fussing over text message or whatever. But you will see from that evidence and all that you will hear from the courtroom that Julian Williams was a controlling boyfriend. He wanted to know everything about what Trinity Poe was doing. He wanted to know the passwords for every bit of her social media, Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it may be. He wanted complete access. That when he text messaged when he was away, he wanted a response immediately.
Okay, so real quick question. We are back in the courtroom for our Walshe trial. Do y'all want me to take y'all back into the courtroom now, or how do y'all want to handle this? Or y'all want to get a little TiVo time and finish this part? Well, let's just finish this up. Finish this opening statements like we planned. And then we'll go back into the Walshe trial. We'll get some TiVo time over there. So that way when they do their break this afternoon, we can zoom past it, okay? All right, let's go back. Let me finish this. Oh, yeah, let's finish this.
He wanted to know that she was not going anywhere when she was in college where she would talk to other men. He did not want her to do anything. He was a controlling factor in their relationship. But at the same time, Trinity Poe at the time thought she was in love with Julian Williams. And so as time went on from August until January when this event occurred, Julian Williams would come to see her at Georgia Southwestern College and spend the night quite often. He spent every weekend, virtually every weekend with her. And most days he spent at least a couple of times during the weekday with her. And almost all of those times when he did that, he was alone. Now, Trinity knew that he had a child. The child was JD that you've already heard about. When she first started dating him, that was in June of 2023. The child was approximately a year old. She did not meet JD immediately. She met JD later. But when she did meet JD, Julian was fine and dandy with her taking the child off by herself and doing whatever she wanted to do as far as shopping or things of that nature, because he knew that Trinity had experience with young children. Because Trinity, from the time that she was 11 years old until she was 18, had babysat for numerous people in Donaldsonville, numerous times, would take care of their children. And oftentimes the children she took care of were of the age of JD, under a year to a 2-year-old child. And so she was real secure in doing so. And you're going to see that most of the time, though, the child was not with JD, was not with Mr. Williams, who's known as Jay, because he would leave the child with his sister. As you heard already, he and his sister were living together. And in reality, the sister was caretaking this child. Mr. Williams didn't take the child with him unless he had to. You're here on the weekend he had the child here on January was because the sister all of a sudden couldn't keep the child. When he came on the weekdays, he didn't bring the child with him. When he came on the weekends, for the most part, he didn't take the child with him. And when he did bring the child, he would give the child to Trinity to take care of it. I believe you'll hear testimony that Trinity was the one that bathed the child, clothed the child, got the child ready for bed. If you see any photographs or any videos that are introduced of the couple, you'll see that Trinity is normally holding the child. She carried it. She took care of it. It's an indication Mr. Williams expected someone else to take care of the child. Now, the child had an unusual circumstance, and that was born to a mother that has now given the child up to Mr. Williams. Excuse me. Mr. Williams is not recognized as the legal father of the child. He's not legitimated the child or done anything to have a court declare that he actually is the father, but we're not really arguing about whether or not he's the biological father. But when the child was born, the lady was married to someone else who's not in the picture as well. But the lady that gave him up just told her to come get him, has not seen the child since she gave him to Julian Williams. Now, Julian Williams has had the child for about a year or more. And during this time that he's had this child, not one single time you can see from the evidence has he taken the child to the doctor. Not one time. For your normal checkups, for your normal monthly and quarterly and all the things that you do for young children. Not at all. And you're going to see, in addition to failing to do that, that on the weekend that is in question in this case has been talked about, in which he came to see Trinity. This was an unexpected visit with the child. It was an unexpected visit, but Trinity did not know the child was coming, did not mind that the child was coming, but was not prepared for the child to be there. As an example, would not have had food at the dorm for the child, that type of thing. But that when Mr. Williams arrived, he was drinking. And he was drinking with the child, riding from Bainbridge to Americans. And that he met Trinity in Albany, Georgia. And when he met her, they were going to Chipotle to have something to eat. And they sat down to eat there, but they did not have some of the things they normally have. And Trinity asked could they go somewhere else because they didn't have what she wanted. So before they left from Chipotle, they were going to go to McDonald's. Before they went, they took the car seat out of Mr. Williams' vehicle and put it in Trinity's vehicle. And they did that because they knew, or Trinity knew, Mr. Williams was drinking. He didn't need to be driving with that child. So they go to the trouble to take the car seat out of one vehicle, put it in the other vehicle. Trinity and the child went to eat at McDonald's. And when they went to eat at McDonald's, this is Saturday, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, sometime in that range, the child did not eat when he was given his food. But he's a young child. It's not unheard of for a child not to eat. Trinity didn't think anything particularly about that. They then decided to go to Americas. And Trinity had already decided, yes, she had sent text about she'd prefer that she not see him that night, not just the child, but Mr. Williams. But she realized Mr. Williams was drinking. She couldn't just send him back home with the child because he would be driving with the child. So she agreed to come back to Americas that night. They came back to the dorm that night. And when they came to the dorm that night, They had planned on spending the night, and Mr. Williams went to sleep very early. I'll suggest to you that he passed out. He'd been drinking. And that left Trinity with the child. Now, some of what was said earlier about facts are not exactly correct. Trinity did text her roommate and ask if she use her room, but not to sleep. If you read the text, it was actually to watch TV, because that will be separate in a way, not to go to sleep. But she had the child and she was up with it, and Mr. Williams was asleep. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the rest of this situation as far as the facts of what happened from there forward in just a moment. But first, let me tell you a little bit about the investigation that has occurred in this case. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, along with America's Police Department, you'll see from the evidence, are the two main investigatory agencies trying to determine what happened here. And in doing so, they had a right to interview people and try to find facts and all those things. And you will see that they will have no evidence concerning the location of where a supposed crime scene occurred, and they'll have no evidence about a crime occurring at all. In other words, you'll see no blood evidence, you'll see no DNA evidence, you'll see no spittle evidence, you'll see no throw-up evidence. You may hear about throwing up coming up somewhere, but you'll see no evidence of it. You'll see no blood splatter, you'll see nothing that will indicate that a violent action occurred in the dorm where Trinity Pug lives. Nothing. Zero. You will see lots of photographs. They took photographs, over 150 photographs of the dorm area. They took photographs of the garbage, all kinds of evidence. They'll have nothing. And more importantly, you'll see that the GBI and the American Police Department committed two severe violations of normal protocol. One involved, they took in from the trash. They had video of people coming in and out, delivering trash to the dumpster, and coming from the dorm room of where Trinity lived. Trash was taken out, so they took that trash and went out there into the green dumpster and pulled it out. And they went through it, and it was just normal stuff, like empty cola cans and that kind of thing. Had 3 diapers in there. 3 diapers were wrapped up. They unfolded those diapers. They took pictures of the folded up diaper first. Then they took pictures of the diapers after they were opened up. 2 of them were of no real note. I think they may have had urine or something. It's hard to tell. The third one was full of fecal matter. In that fecal matter, from the naked eye, it appeared to have blood in it. And it appeared to have blood because that's the coloration of it and the way you're looking at it. And the importance of that was, and is, it was taken enough importance to have a picture taken of it and to be marked, the photograph numbers show which number it is. But after they took that, and the first time that we saw it as an offense, we filed a motion to ask that there be a test done on that fecal matter to see if there was blood in it. Because there was blood in the fecal matter, it would show that it had been quite some time between injury and that occurred. You can't have blood if it just happened, it wouldn't be blood in fecal matter. In this case, the diaper was not the one the child was wearing when it went to the hospital. It had a diaper on when it went to the hospital. So you know that this diaper came from previous time, sometime in the past time period. But GBI and American Police Department, when we asked to do that test, turned out they threw it away. Threw away the evidence. They do not have it. They will not be able to explain why they don't have it, other than they did not feel like it was important enough to keep. The second protocol violation, I'll just wait and you'll just listen when you come to court. You will see they violated a very serious normal protocol for the way cases are handled. And you will see that as I question some of their witnesses. But you will see that this investigation also failed in many ways. They interviewed Ms. Pogue, they interviewed Mr. Williams, they interviewed quite a few people. But most of the people they interviewed, almost all, were the folks that knew Ms. Pogue. Almost all of them. Everyone in the dorm, every friend they could find out, anything could, trying to find out what was going on here. But you'll see when it came time to interview Mr. Williams. Remember, he's the caretaker of this child. When it comes time to interview his sister, Miss Ashanti Burke, they interviewed them, but no one else. They didn't interview anybody who knew. They didn't interview about what was going on. They didn't interview anything about what might have happened. They didn't interview anyone on that side because there was a rush to judgment in this case. You'll see the GBI got in this case early. Said that Trinity Pogue was the last person that was with the child. Child was in distress. She must have done it. From that point on, there was no effort to do anything but try to prove Trinity Pogue was the person that did it. But they had problems, as I said, when they went to the dorm room and they scoured it trying to find evidence. They found nothing. That did not support their theory very much. So they then have said they think it had to be within a time frame, a very short time frame that this occurred. That's the only explanation. That way it would make it where it could be no one else. Now understand, Trinity Pogue was only around the child this time from Saturday around 6 o'clock or so until Sunday at noon. And really she was around the child most of that time with Mr. Williams. If any injury or anything happened to this child any other time period, it absolutely could not be Trinity Pogue. And that's important to note because there are some things that occurred here. When Mr. Williams was interviewed, and I believe when he testifies, he will have to admit that he told various stories about what he thought had happened to the child after he got to the hospital. You will see, I believe, from Dr. Busman's notes that the first thing he told them was that the child had fallen face down, face first, 5 minutes before he brought the child to the hospital. I don't know where he got that particular statement from, but that's what he told them. He later told police officers the same story, that the child had fallen. And he told Trinity Pogue and one of the police officers at one time that the child had fallen on Friday. In addition to that, we know a few things about what may have happened with the child as well. We know that JD spent the night, as I told you, in the room. They got back from going to eat. When they got back, Mr. Williams is out. He's out cold. And we know he's out cold because there was reports from other people in the dorm that sometime midnight forward, at least 2 people reported they heard the child crying loud enough that it woke them up. And we also know that Mr. Williams said, I don't know anything about that. And finally admits he didn't wake up. And I would suggest to you that evidence shows there's a reason he didn't wake up, for what I told you a moment ago, because he had been drinking enough that he would not wake up. But Trinity Pogue was awake during those time periods. And Trinity has, you have seen that what they've already talked about with the text message, that she acknowledged that the child fell off the bed that night. Now, she said the first time he fell off the bed, but I think he's okay. The second time when they asked, she said, well, it was really just the blow-up mattress. But I think you will see that when that statement was made was from the hospital, as they were waiting to find out what was going on. And by that time, there had already been allegations being thrown against her. And I believe that you will find that Mr. Williams had wanted to make sure that no one said anything about the child falling off the bed. The bed's important because this bed's not like normal beds, in the sense that your normal bed's not too high off the ground. This bed is 40 inches above the ground because you can store stuff below it. That means it's about this high. It's pretty high. You'll see from, I believe, investigation that the flooring in that dorm room is a concrete tile floor. Very hard surface is what I believe the investigation showed. So it's something if you fall on or hit will cause great damage and can cause harm. And we know that the child fell off of that bed at that time because of the statements they were already made and because we know from the dorm that the child was crying. Now, was that enough to cause these injuries? I know the state will say that is not the case, but there's a few things I believe that will be acknowledged or admitted by the medical people that will come testify today. One is any child under 3 and certainly under 2 is not physically developed yet. And in one place they're not physically developed is the skull. Their skull has not joined together and become a solid structure that protects. It is sort of apart. So any evidence, in fact, that the skull was somehow separated could very well be that the skull has not yet formed to be together. But because it's not totally together, a young child is much more susceptible to injury from a fall than would be an adult human being and can get much more catastrophic injury from what would seem to be a rather unimportant fall can cause great harm to a child. In addition to that, the same holds true for internal injuries. A child's organs are much larger than your organs because they've already grown in size almost to the adult size, even though they're a small child. So they're very susceptible to a fall because it's a small area with a large organ that if it falls can cause injury. And I believe that's important to know that that could be part of what could have happened. We don't know why Mr. Williams said the child fell on Friday, but there's also evidence I believe can show that if you have one fall compounded by another fall, it can cause some injury that then gets magnified by the second fall. But if we go back to the night in question that this happened, on the fall from the bed, we know that that happened. The next morning, when everyone wakes up, it appears that by all testimonies that will come in, that the child appeared to be okay. They got up rather late that morning, except for one thing. The child, again, did not eat and did not drink. The child would not eat and would not drink the night before. Everyone will agree with that part, did not eat his meal. Gets up the next morning at almost 12 by this time and still is not eating and not drinking. And we know that not from testimony so much. We do know there were some chips that were crushed up in Mountain Dew given to the child, but the medical examiner and the medical records will show the child had no food in its stomach at all, had no food or any substance in its mouth. The child was not eating for some reason, which of course could cause concerns, but only if you looking back to now seeing their problems. But when the child didn't eat, it was just sitting there not eating, and that's when they decided to go get pizza. The father went to get pizza. Now, when he went to get pizza, Miss Pogue said I was going to go with him. She and the child would go along with him. But he said, no, you just stay here. And prior to them going to get pizza, she and Mr. Williams had taken a shower together. And this was right before he would then get out of the shower and leave. He got out of the shower before she did. He got out of the shower about 5 minutes before she did, because she remained in the shower and shaved her legs. And that took some time, as you might imagine. When she got out of the shower, Mr. Williams was holding the child who was crying rather loudly. But that was not unheard of because the child was fussy from time to time and had been fussy during this occasion by not eating. Trinity Pogue did not think a lot about it at the time, but the child calmed down. Mr. Williams put him in his little seat and he left to get the food. When he came back, the child was all of a sudden in distress. Trinity Pogue will tell you Trinity Pogue's testimony would be that she was there, was cleaning up around the house and didn't see anything unusual until she looks and sees that the child is not able to hold his head up as he should. She called her boyfriend because she knew he was not far away and it would be quicker to get the child to get medical attention to go straight ahead than to call some emergency. He went to the hospital. She followed behind at the hospital. And that's when they came to be interviewed. They were interviewed on many occasions by police officers. Mr. Williams gave conflicting stories on various things on several occasions. And he was interviewed some, but as I said, nothing was followed up. Now, when you look at the whole totality of this case, ladies and gentlemen, it's easy to just first blush and say, well, she was there last, she must be the person. But this case requires some evidence. It requires Trinity Pogue should not be accused of this crime. I know that when you go back to the jury room, you will want to find justice. And I understand that because you do have one victim, a young child. But in seeking justice in this case, do not let justice be found at the cross of innocent blood because Trinity Poe did not commit this violent act. And Trinity Poe is not guilty of the crime she's been accused of, and that is the proper verdict that you should render at the end of this trial. Thank you.
All right, it is 10:25 according to that clock. I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. I'm asking you to step into the jury room for 15 minutes. The next recess, I'll let some people go downstairs if they need to, but please be ready to come back at just at 10:45.
That I had admonished all of these witnesses, you know, like you can't say things like that, etc. And I did that. I told them all that. But I guess the warnings that I should have given should have been more, because I just learned of something, encountered something that I have literally never encountered before, and didn't have any, you know, didn't even have a clue. Didn't even occur to me that I should say anything in advance about it. But Investigator Douglas went to the went right there to the jury room where not the jury room, the witness room where Johnson, Millage, and Chief Lewis were sitting in there, you know, waiting to be called as witnesses. And one of them said something to him like, you know, well, there was something stated, something that he believed to be a fact. And Stephen said, Investigator Douglas said, you know, how in the world do you know that? And he said, oh, well, we're sitting here watching it on the phone. No, watching the live stream of the trial.
What witnesses are doing that?
Millage, Lewis, and Johnson, the three officers from GSW. Okay. So, I mean, I simply, when, you know, I felt like I have to make the court aware of that. I mean, I mean, it would be I don't know that the rule of sequestration has actually technically been invoked at this point.
That's true, but
so I would invoke it at this time, but nonetheless, I mean, I understand that that is improper. They should, and if I had had any idea that they might do that, I certainly would have told them not to. And anybody else that's up here waiting from here on out will be told, you know, not to do that. But anyway, I just felt like I had to bring it to the court's attention. I don't think it affects their ability to testify or whatever, but it would be a violation of the rule of sequestration had it been invoked, and you know, it could be addressed in that way. But in any event, their testimony is all for all practical purposes. I mean, their testimony is pretty perfunctory. I mean, they're all going to testify briefly and literally only about the preservation of the scene, not the contents of the scene.
Okay.
And so, you know, that is, and Chief Lewis is going to testify about the videos that were pulled, which, you know, I've already advised. He was going to testify about that. So anyway, just bring
let me ask you. Well, I'll let you comment on that, but I assume the parties wish to invoke the rule of sequestration. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the rule of sequestration is now invoked. So I'm going to ask each of you to instruct your witnesses that is in effect, and give them the further instruction, because they may not realize that includes watching any broadcasting or TV or news coverage of these events. Is there anything you want to add to that, Mr. Gamble?
Well, no, Your Honor, we normally ask for sequestration right at this point, right time before we bring the jury out, and so that not before we, you know, do open statements. But I acknowledge that it was not enforced, so I don't know that I can file some kind of motion or ask for a mistrial or anything under those circumstances. But I am aware that that occurred, and I may ask those people about that when that time comes. I think I got a right to do that. And I appreciate Mr. Lamb being honest about it.
Yeah, I do appreciate you bringing this up. So
once you find out some other way.
Okay. All right. Well, that rule is in effect, and all of your witnesses need to be instructed All right, is the jury ready? All right, bring them in.
So we just finished the opening statements from there. Yeah, I see Marilda put in the chat like he all over the place. He don't know what he doing and what he talking about. So that the last thing that they were discussing was in regards to the dad, because as you will see, as I stated earlier, that he'll be testifying, and you said way past retirement. I think he is. And I guess we're going to see. So of course the prosecution team did try to waste no time with painting Trinity, as this reckless and angry caregiver, right? With the text messages and things like that coming in. She was the only adult with him during the time that those injuries, right? So we have that. Oh, good, Tilly. I'm glad to see you here. Hey, girl. Therapist you may know, popping in. I know I'm gonna have to give y'all some work excuses. We got stuff to do here. No, I'm just playing. Well, I'm glad that you feeling up to being with us. We be here all night. Oh, Tilly, look. I'm gonna give you this. I could send it to you. I don't know if you on Discord or not, but I'm gonna send this to you. Or you can copy it out of there, or maybe I can email it to you. But so what we got here is when we go back and we listen to it, we'll listen to the rest of the first responders and like the first couple people that they have on this trial, and then we'll go into the rest of day 2. I know, Tilly. I know they got to be the worst of the worst. But thank goodness you on the upside of it, right? So I am going to no, we got one more to watch tonight, therapist. The grand finale. And then we said we'll rewatch any. I mean, I can put it on to rewatch if anybody wants to rewatch some. Yeah, we watched 3 of them. There's only one more left. All right, so I'm gonna take us into back into our current case that we are in, our Brian Walshe case, and we will see. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Could you, SD? She say greatest. Okay, here we go.
Do you understand, sir, you're still under oath?
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies.
Yes.
And each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all 3 children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Ana Walshe was the beneficiary of those.
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walsh had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes, yeah, it's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that he, or Brian Walshe, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walshe, Ana Walshe did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Ana Walshe did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walsh consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Ana Walshe would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Ana apply because Mr. Walsh was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary, once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Ana Walsh and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walsh ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I apologize.
At no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Ana Walsh's life insurance policies.
Correct.
Overruled. She can answer
Correct.
that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Ana Walsh's life insurance policies.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Commonwealth's content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right, sir. Lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the Crime Lab?
I've been with the Crime Laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of forensic and investigative science and a minor in biology.
And can you detail your history with the Crime Lab for us?
I first started working at the Crime Laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the Criminalistics Unit, where I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training. And upon that completion, I was then promoted to Forensic Scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said the CODIS unit, what is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Sure. So the criminalistics unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The crime scene response unit, everyone in the criminalistics unit is also in the crime scene response unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the criminalistics unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called a competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might have answered my question, but you passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
In the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and that which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There is a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, I might have neglected to ask, did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So, returning your attention back to January 9th, at approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were 2 child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were 2 areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were 2 examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were 2 additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, did you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes. So on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the 2 gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed. But the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that are not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. and 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through, how do you take those samples? Like, how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly, there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the recycle and trash collection center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by crime scene services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened, if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the crime scene services section trooper there as well who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, well, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The crime scene services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right. So what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag one?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag one?
Inside of bag one was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, what's been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you found or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with a designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902? Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there a bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I call trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe inside of that? What did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948? Sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119, file number 6944? Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from the 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red-brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining from of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 121, which is file number 6956? Sir, do you recognize this image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit number 122, file number 6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th? What was produced from the 7th bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
May.
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was Exhibit 121. So Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, like, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenex, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. In this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down and if we could have exhibit 124, 6974. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the seventh bag?
Yes, it does.
And so, in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an eighth bag in the contents produced?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002? Sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was recovered from the 10th bag?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together. So multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 126? Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as exhibit 50, file number 7029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the laboratory information management system, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the limbs numbers that you were able to assign the objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
No.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, what item number under limbs did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of these physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
Where was it located, sir?
Chemicals, a pinkish, and to sift through the items in those bags.
Number.
Police detective.
Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in a bag. I'm going to ask if you recognize the bag and open it up. I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Ana Walshe that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that the Commonwealth's going to move in to evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations. But it's my understanding that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm that those items are inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the keys and headphones marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's marked and admitted into evidence as exhibit 130, the Volvo keys and the headphones.
Sir, I'm showing you a bag. I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a bag of the black jacket with red-brown stains, a pair of socks and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in Peabody.
Could you open that up and confirm that those items are inside of it?
I can see the black jacket. However, without removing it, there's nothing I can see that might be underneath it.
Okay. So for today's purposes, that bag with the black jacket, I would seek to mark as the next exhibit, Your Honor, without having to move the jacket around and go underneath any objects inside it.
What's the outside labeling say? Black jacket, bracelet, and what else?
Pair of black socks, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The contents of that packet, which has on the outside of it, black jacket, bracelet, and black socks, is now in evidence as 131.
Sir, I'm producing another bag to you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag marked as purse and wallet from bag number 1.
Could you open that bag and confirm the first of all?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The purse and the black wallet, both black purse and black wallet, are now in evidence as 132. Thank you.
Sir, I'm handing you a bag and ask.
Yes, I do.
What's inside that bag, sir?
A pair of green boots recovered from bag number 1.
And sir, what is the outside of the bag, sir?
The outside of the bag reads green boots, bag number 1, with my initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as an exhibit.
The bag with the green boots is now in evidence as Exhibit 133.
Sir, you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a brown paper bag containing a bracelet.
Can you open the bag and confirm the bracelets inside?
Yes, there's a bracelet inside.
Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The bracelet is now in evidence in its bag as 134.
Sir, I'm handing you this first bag. Can I ask you to recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a bag marked white towel number 1 from bag number 2 at the PBD collection facility.
And that's one of the 2 white towels you bagged up that night and took back to the crime lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open it and make sure the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this bag and the white towel marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
White towel number 1 from bag 2 is now in evidence as Exhibit 135.
I'm handing you another bag, sir.
This bag is marked white towel number 2.
And does that look like the second bag for a white towel that you bagged that night?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you open and confirm the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this marked in the next video.
Any objection? The white towel number 2 from bag number 2 is now in evidence as 136. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
So while they're approaching on the side of the bench, yeah, see, that's my big problem. Like, they got all this stuff. Y'all see all this evidence they got? Purse, wallet, we can see on the thing, all of this stuff. But we don't have a body. And I cannot understand where people are hiding bodies at this day and age. So the only thing I can think of is he must have what could he have done? Why would whatever he did to the body, why wouldn't he do it to these items? Yeah, I don't know, but they got all of this stuff. I don't understand that. So what did he do with the whole damn body? Why wouldn't he burn all this stuff with it? It's stupid to me. He can't be that stupid. Is he really this stupid? You say he is though? Yeah, okay. That's because I'm like, well, if they are unable to find the body, right? We haven't been able to find the body. Why didn't he just put all this stuff with the body? Yes, I am because I mean, if he didn't have, if he would have got rid of the body, I mean, if he would have got rid of all this evidence, right, guys, and put it with the body, it wouldn't be nothing linking him real. I don't know. Oh gosh, he got his shoes and boots and just everything on thing in there.
I'm producing another bag to you and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that bag, sir?
This bag contains a white bathrobe with red brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm that the bathrobe inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will see you have the bathrobe marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The bathrobe from bag number 3 is now in evidence as exhibit 137.
Sir, what's this bag that I'm handing you?
This is a bag of the dark gray slippers with red brown stains and trace materials.
Could you open the bag and confirm the slippers are inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth will see you have the bag with the dark gray slippers marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's also from bag number 3, or is that?
This would be from bag number
That's
4.
bag 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The dark gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as 138.
Mr. Gould? Recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This bag contains the leather strap watch from bag number 4.
And could you open and confirm the watch inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag as the watch from bag number 4 as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The leather strap watch from bag 4 is now in evidence as 139.
So you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a bag containing apparent hairs with red brown stains from bag number 4.
Could you open the bag and confirm that the item is inside?
This one's still sealed.
Oh, you didn't get them all?
Yeah, can't quite get it all. I need new gloves as well.
So your gloves have opened. The record have brought you a new set. So and why don't I take yours?
Thank you.
Good?
Good.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, they're inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag with apparent hair with red brown stain marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
No objection.
The hair from bag number 4 is in evidence as 140.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a pair of slippers with red brown stains from bag number 4.
So those are the light gray slippers?
That's correct.
Can you open the slippers in your bag?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth will seek to have the next bag marked as Exhibit 141, pair of slippers from bag number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. The bags, light gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as Exhibit 141.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag containing the sponge with a wipe through it.
Could you open it and confirm the sponge is inside?
Yes, it is.
Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Is that from bag 4 or are we now moved on to bag 5?
We are on bag 4, Your Honor.
Okay. The sponge from bag number 4 is now in evidence as Exhibit 142.
Sir, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that bag?
This is a bag containing the Tyvek suit recovered from bag number 6.
Could you open it and confirm the Tyvek suits inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this next bag, Your Honor, marked as next exhibit. Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
No objection.
Thank you. Now in evidence as 143 is the Tyvek suit from bag 6.
Mr. Gould? Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This bag contains the hand towel with red brown stains from bag number 6.
Can you open it and confirm it's inside?
It is.
The Commonwealth will seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is hand towel with red brown stains from bag number 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
And towel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that.
If I just call you Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
So you told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene of the where all the trash and everything was, that people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on the paper to quote, preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor. No.
So can you tell the jury if you have any information that some of this evidence has been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster, or you just?
I do not know.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. Yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct. To the best of my ability. Yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived. Correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities. Yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it might transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red-brown stain.
That's correct. And the term we would use for that is called Locard's exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers, it could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely. Yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there, very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain of biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so it's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible. Yes.
In the photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of it's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted in evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of those physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, you would call it, what would we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had them transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
Well, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
Yeah, I think they did leave out of court early today. I think that's what they're doing right now. Yeah, because they had pulled us forward and I had to pull us back. I noticed when they jumped ahead, I said, oh, they must have ended court today. So she just probably coming back to give them their instructions and stuff. What I'm going to do is once this ends, I will go back to the pageant, the rest of where we left off. Yeah, and I bet you his mom is probably paying for this attorney. Goofy lady. Okay. Well, okay, talk to me, baby. Talk to me.
The Evans. Well, have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow, ready to work.
All rise to the court, please. With the notebooks. Follow me.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk. Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written, I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict. So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and it's, again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts. And if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right. Let me see if I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. And my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay, so relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
If it's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
So
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself. And I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right. Anything, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right. So particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Ana Walshe sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third party minor children.
Okay. All right. That seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 max that we were discussing at sidebar. Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
And my apologies.
So we got our day 3 down. What do you guys think? They say they don't want that day 3 mess getting in there. No. No, thank you. Okay, so this is going to be our plan, because I know we started watching some of our other trial. I am going to put back on where we left off, just so y'all know. Let's see here. So I'll put us back where we were with the other trial so we can continue to watch it. And what we will do is I will premiere part 2 of that. We got about an hour left in this first part, and then I will premiere part 2. So that way I can kind of do some things around the house and still watch with you guys. So I'll premiere part 2 of day 1 about 3:15. Yeah, it'll probably be about 3:15. Yeah, it's 2:00 here. It's real early for us. Hey, Frank, how's your day going? I'm glad that you're watching and listening. Okay, so I am going to play. We're going to go back into our pageant. We just heard the opening statements from the defense and also the prosecution team in regards to, I want to say, like, allegedly child abuse and neglect to I think he was only 18 months. Just ridiculous. Really busy? Wow, you got a whole bunch of us in here now. You know, a whole bunch of us. We all on the West Coast. Oh, I'm on Mountain Standard Time. I don't know. What time is that? Who else on Mountain Standard Time? Because as DNO is on Pacific, Pacific Standard Time, and then we got Central Times. I don't know. I guess maybe no, because Barbara is too. All right. Okay, Central, East Coast, left side, of course. Yeah, I'm on Mountain Standard Time. You cooties.
Have a seat, sir.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Testing. Come on, chocolate. Come on, some doggone testing.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Nathaniel Millage, Lieutenant at Georgia Southwestern State University.
Lieutenant Nathaniel Millage, and can you spell Millage for the court reporter, please?
It's Milledge.
And you were employed, you said, at Georgia Southwestern State University?
That's correct.
What department are you employed in there?
The police department.
And how long have you been with the GSW Police Department?
Total of about 27 years.
And on January 14, which was a Sunday, January 14, 2024, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive some information concerning an event which may have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, if you would tell the jury what information you received and from where.
Okay. Initially, I received a call, as I recall, from Lieutenant Allen of America's Police Department. I think he was at the emergency room. I think he may have been working security at that time.
Okay. Did you receive a call from Allen, or did you get notified by Central?
Did receive the call from Central, but I also spoke with Lieutenant Allen.
Okay, so both. You
Right.
received that. What is Central? What do you mean by Central?
The 911 center.
And then you also received a phone call from Lieutenant
Allen.
Tim Allen from
Right.
the America's Police
Right.
Department, right? Okay. And did you subsequently have some conversation with Chief Lewis about about information being received concerning a matter at the college?
Yes, I did.
What was the nature of the call? Okay, I mean, without much detail, but I mean, just if you're going to summarize the nature of the call that you got, or the word that you got about what had happened.
I received a call that there was a baby transported from Georgia Southwestern to the emergency room, and I think it was Lieutenant Allen who informed me that initially he was told that the baby had fallen
that the baby was injured. At the time, didn't know the extension of the baby's injuries.
Okay. So there was an injured baby at the hospital.
Right.
And somebody at the hospital had figured out, I suppose from talking to someone else, that the baby came from the GSW campus.
That's
Is that
correct.
And jurisdictionally, what does that mean that if the child, if something happened on the GSW campus as opposed to happening, on the street out here in front of the courthouse?
It's GSW's jurisdiction.
It's GSW's jurisdiction, right?
That's correct.
America's police department may assist, but you guys have sort of the primary jurisdiction over events or acts which occur on the campus. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so once you learned that it was a injured child at the hospital, what did you do in terms of taking next steps?
At that point, myself and another officer was Lorenzo Johnson was on duty at the time. I went to the hospital to start the investigation, and I sent him to the room and told him to secure it and not let anyone go into the room.
Okay. So you went to the hospital where the baby was.
That's correct.
But you told Johnson to go to the room that you believe that, from what you had been told, that you believe where something might have occurred.
That's correct.
Okay. And so where was that? What location did you send Johnson to?
It was at Southwestern Oaks Dorm 2.
Oaks 2?
Right.
That's OAKS, right?
OAKS,
Like the number
Southwestern
2.
Oaks.
Okay, Southwestern Oaks.
Right.
Okay. Southwestern Oaks in like the numeral 2?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And that's the name of the dormitory, or that is the name of the dormitory.
That's the name of the dormitory.
Okay. And did you provide him with any information about any, did you identify for him any particular room in the dormitory that he should take control of?
Once we confirmed what room it was, I did.
Okay. So you gave him a room number.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. After you got to the hospital and began conducting a preliminary investigation, I suppose, into what may have happened, did you do something else in connection with this investigation?
Once I got to the hospital, I did speak with the father of the baby, Mr. Williams, I think his name was.
Julian Williams, that sound right?
And Miss Pogue.
Okay. But then did you do something else in terms of procuring assistance from another agency?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was that you did?
I contacted after speaking with Chief Lewis and informing him of the suspected injuries of severity, and we decided that to call the GBI to get their assistance.
Suffice to say, you learned very quickly the child was severely injured.
Right, that's correct.
Whatever the cause of those injuries, you knew he was severely injured.
Right, well, the doctor at the time, Dr. Busman, came in, and I was witnessing him inform the baby's father and Miss Pogue of the baby's condition.
Okay, and once you learned that, you spoke to the chief, and then y'all called in the GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. What would have been your instruction, if any, to Johnson? Is it Sergeant Johnson, Officer
Johnson?
Officer Johnson. What would have been your instruction to Officer Johnson at that time about maintaining the control and integrity of the scene, of the location that he'd been sent to?
Well, initially, prior to me leaving campus, I gave him those instructions because I didn't know the severity of it, and I told him to secure it and to not let anyone enter the room. My instructions were to treat it as if it was a crime scene.
Okay. So sometimes you don't know if a place is a crime scene, do you?
That's true.
And so you make whatever provisions you can make to preserve it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was that essentially your intention in sending Johnson there?
That was my intention.
No further questions this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Officer Medley, done to you again. How you doing today?
Doing fine, sir.
Just got a few questions for you. First of all, you stated that Lieutenant Allen, you had a conversation with him early on, and that's what spurred you on to go to the hospital and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, I did have a conversation.
And Lieutenant Allen indicated to you that Mr. Williams had told him that the child had fallen, correct?
He said that they said that the baby fallen.
So you don't know if he said Williams or you don't know who said it, just they said it.
That's correct. So he was told that.
Now, when you got that information and then you went to the hospital realizing there was some injuries to the child, you had already at that time contacted one of your officers and told them to secure the room back where Trinity Pogue lived?
I did that before I left campus.
Okay, so before you left campus. Now, when you got to the hospital, was Trinity Pogue there?
Yes, she was.
And was Mr. Williams there?
Yes.
And of course, the child was there, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you had Officer Johnson back securing the scene per your orders, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you know, he followed that order and kept that place secure where no one could go in it, correct?
That's correct.
And it would be fair to state that Miss Pogue could not have gone back at any time and tampered with the room from that moment forward, correct?
That's correct.
And so there was no possibility of someone coming in removing evidence, correct?
There should not have been.
And there should not have been any possibility of someone coming in and cleaning up the room or anything of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of that securing was to make sure that the only people that could go into that room forward would be some kind of technicians with law enforcement to collect evidence and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, in fact, there was eventually someone who came and did that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't part of that, were you?
I was not.
And I know you had this initial part of the investigation, but after that, you didn't do any follow-up interviews or anything like that with potential witnesses, did you?
I did not.
I mean, once you turn over to the GBI, is that you kind of step back and let them take over?
Yes, sir.
And other than that preliminary stuff, you would have no other hand in the investigation, correct?
Not directly.
How about indirectly? How would you have it there?
Well, I was interviewed by the GBI.
And so they would get whatever information you got from that initial stuff.
Right.
But I mean, you wouldn't go out on your own and say, let me see if I can talk to some witnesses, let's say.
No.
That wasn't your job, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And the purpose of securing that room was to preserve that room so that evidence could be collected from it and make sure none of it was destroyed or tampered with in any way, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have.
You need redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
He may be.
All right. Lieutenant, you're free to go or stay. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Lorenzo Johnson.
Officer Johnson, if you can go up here to the witness stand.
Yeah. And if you'll just pause right there before you have a seat and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you give in this case should be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name? What is your name?
Lorenzo Lar Johnson.
Lorenzo Lamar Johnson?
Lar, L-A-R.
L-A-R, Lorenzo Lar Johnson. Okay, and where are you presently employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And what department are you employed in there?
As of right now, I'm in residential life. And
Residential life,
yes.
okay. And how long have you been employed in residential life?
A little more than a year now.
Prior to that, did you have a position in a different department at GSW?
Yes.
And where was that?
Public safety department.
Public safety department?
Yes.
And what was your position there?
Police officer.
Police officer? How long had you worked as a police officer at GSW? If you can remember.
I came in 2022, I believe.
So as of January of 2024, you would have been there for a couple of years.
Going on 2, I believe.
Do you recall the day of January 14, 2024?
Yes.
And was there an event that happened at GSW that day, or an event that apparently had happened at GSW that day that prompted you to be given some instructions and to take some action?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how you first learned of the event that had happened?
I believe we received a call from Chief Lewis at some point. Lieutenant Mills did.
Do you recall if you might have received some instructions from Lieutenant Millage?
Yes.
Okay. What instruction did you receive from Lieutenant Millage?
I was told to report to Oaks 2 to secure the scene of the incident that happened on campus.
Okay. And Oaks 2 is a dormitory there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you given a particular room that you should secure?
Yes.
Did you go there after you got that call, that instruction?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there if you got that instruction?
Less than 3 minutes. I would say less than 5 minutes.
What is involved in securing a scene, whether it turns out to be, whether it is or is not, or turns out to be or doesn't turn out to be a crime scene per se? If it is a scene of interest, what is involved in securing that?
Well, immediately I would go to that scene and make sure there's no one inside that particular area. And at that point, I took pictures just to make sure that we have that particular scene photographs. And after that, I immediately secured the room with our emergency tape.
So you went to the room that you were directed to go to. Do you remember what room number it was by chance?
R158, R159.
158 and 159 are really the same room, right? I mean, it's the same suite.
Yes.
They have the same door.
Yes.
From the hallway.
Yes.
And then once you go inside the room, what is it? Just if you could describe for the jury, just sort of the typical layout.
When you first enter the room, it's going to be a room to your left, a room to your right. Before you get to those rooms, you're going to have like a common area, like a sink and a restroom.
I'm going to show you a diagram, and I understand in advance that you didn't prepare this diagram. It was actually taken from the GSW website. But just take a look at States Exhibit 1 and tell me if you recognize what's shown in that diagram.
Yes.
What is shown in there?
You see a restroom, bathroom to your left. You see a sink, vanity.
What that overall? What is that? I mean, is it?
That's the apartment.
It's an apartment or a suite,
apartment.
and
yes.
Is that in one of the dormitories or?
Yes.
Okay. The layout that's shown there, is that the same layout as the Oaks 2 dormitory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, will tender States Exhibit 1?
No objection, Your Honor. Submitted without objection.
We'll get some more detail about that later. I'm just gonna have him identify it because he's actually is from GSW. Well, I tell you what, let's just go ahead and let you tell the jury what the layout is of that room, of that dormitory. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to display the diagram that he's holding in his hand or displaying in front of him. I'm going to display it up here so the jury can see it. That's okay.
Once you've admitted it into evidence, you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And assuming that the TV is still on. Well, it's on that screen at least. Let me go up that far. Let's go back to right there. Okay. So can you tell us like the entrance door to this suite or this apartment is where?
It's Oak 2 building.
Okay, but where's the entry from the hallway into there? Where's the entry door?
It's directly in the front. Look right here. If you look at that your way, it's right.
You're talking about right here?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so you go in the front door, there's some sinks to the right, and then a bathroom to the left, right? Toilet and shower?
Yes.
Okay, and then two doors that open into two different areas, two different separated areas, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same layout as the room in question in this case?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay, when you got to the room, when you got to the dorm rather, what was going on at the dormitory?
When I got there, the room was empty. Both rooms was empty. One door was shut.
Okay, the door was closed and the room was empty.
The roommate door was closed, but that'll be the room on the right hand side.
Okay.
The other door, the left hand side, was open.
All right. So the hallway door was closed when you got there.
Yes.
But then when you went in, the door to the right was closed.
Yes.
And the door to the left was open.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anyone in the apartment or in the suite?
No.
How many people were in the area, like in the dormitory in general?
It could have been maybe about 2 students, and one was a RL, I believe. This was on the hallway.
So there weren't many people there.
No.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
Was school in session at that time?
No.
On January 14th?
In session, yes.
School's in session, but of course not
It's
on
weekend.
weekend, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there were only a couple of people in the area.
Yes.
You took some pictures and then you said that you did what?
I secured the door.
How did you secure the door?
I taped it off.
And when you when you taped it off, what did you do next?
I stood post outside the door.
Did you leave? Did you leave prior to the time that somebody else was there to take over the scene?
No.
While you were there, did anyone who would not have had authority to enter the room attempt to enter the room?
No.
You remained there until when?
I don't know the exact time. My shift ends at 6. I remember going back to the department close to that time frame.
Okay, so you were there till around the end of your shift?
Yes.
Okay. What happened that led you to leave? I mean, that caused you to leave?
The GBI came.
Okay.
And also the next shift came also.
Who?
The next shift.
Oh, the next shift came on.
Yes.
Okay. So the next shift came on, and then the GBI came on.
Yes.
But you maintained control of that scene until other officers arrived, either from the next shift or until the actual GBI agent arrived.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, yeah. Morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
Hope you're doing okay.
Great.
I don't have a couple of questions, but just to make certain, from the time that you came and secured that room until you left, can you state with certainty that no one entered that room?
The GBI entered that room.
But other than law enforcement?
No.
You kept it secured from all times, correct?
Yes.
And you were there very quickly after being called initially. Within 5 minutes, you were at the scene to secure it, correct?
Yes.
No one was there then, correct?
No.
Now, you said you took some photographs, right?
I did.
What happened to those photographs?
They should be in evidence.
You gave them to who?
I gave them, I took them on our work cell phone, right? So therefore, that phone was downloaded, they downloaded the pictures, and it was given to Miss Donna Tissue.
And who is she?
She's the department administrator.
So she would have been with the Georgia Southwestern Police Department in some capacity?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Tissue. Donna Tissue, like, yeah, Tissue.
All right, any redirect?
Is it Officer Johnson, or, well, I guess, Mr. Johnson, or?
I'm still certified, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. What would be the purpose of giving the phone or letting the pictures that you took be downloaded by Ms. Tissue?
For the evidence. No, that phone was our work phone, so whatever pictures we take, we usually give it to the assistant administrator to make sure that she get those pictures off to be downloaded.
Okay. Is it your job to then turn those pictures over to, in this case, to the GBI, which was the agency that took over the investigation?
No, it's not my job to do that.
Okay. So somebody else would have been responsible for turning those over to the GBI?
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah.
When you went in to take the photographs, I understand the reason behind it was to be able to show the condition of the room when you entered, to be able to say, if later you could look at it and see nothing had been disturbed, correct?
Exactly, because we were the first law enforcement on the scene, so that's what we're trying to do, that we identify when we first got there.
But you weren't really trying to take photographs for evidentiary purposes to try to prove a case later on down the road, were you?
I wasn't, but I knew I was taking those pictures for some kind of incident.
Now, if there had been some kind of evidentiary value in that room, say a pool of blood or something of that nature, you would have made sure you took a picture of that, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything visually as you looked in the room that would cause you any alarm or believe anything of violence occurred in that room, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Any other redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
She may be.
Yes, yeah.
All right, Officer Johnson, you can be excused. You can call your next witness, Mr. Lynn.
State calls Chief Michael Lewis.
Chief Lewis, you can come up to the witness stand and then face the district attorney before you have a seat.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
Michael Lewis,
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University's campus police.
What is your position there?
I am the chief of police there.
Okay, and how long have you been the chief of police?
5 years.
Have you been employed as a police officer in other capacities prior to that time?
Yes.
And how long have you been a police officer?
My 30th year.
Your 30th year?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
In January of 2014, specifically January 14th, 2024. I said 2014. 2024.
Yes, sir.
Not 2020, not 2014, 2024. On January 14th, 2024, did you become aware of an incident or an event that might have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become aware of that?
I was given a phone call, I received a phone call from Lieutenant Timothy Allen from the American Police Department.
And what was your understanding as to where Allen was when he was calling you?
At the Phoebe Sumter Hospital here in Americus, Georgia.
And what did he, just in general terms, okay, what did he advise you of that in terms of this incident or event?
Yes, that there had been an incident that had occurred, that a baby had been brought to the hospital. That was, I think he advised that the baby was unresponsive and that the baby had come from the campus of Georgia Southwestern.
If something had happened to that child on the campus of Georgia Southwestern, technically, what department would have had jurisdiction over that investigation or that incident?
Georgia Southwestern would have.
As opposed to like America's PD or the Sumter County Sheriff's Office.
That is correct, yes.
Speaking of which, let me just be sure that I cover this now. Where is Georgia Southwestern University?
It's GSW Drive, 800 GSW Drive here in Americus, Georgia.
Okay, and what county is that in?
Sumter.
And what state?
Georgia.
Okay, and the Oaks 2 dormitory at GSW, is that dormitory physically on the campus?
It is, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. When you learned that there was a baby at the hospital that was unresponsive and the baby had been transported by someone from GSW, what steps did you take next at that time?
Right. Like I advised, I was actually off duty at the time. So I did advise Lieutenant Allen that I would reach out to Lieutenant Nathaniel Millage, who was actually on duty at the university at the time. And I did in fact do so.
Okay. So you called Millage, and did you give him any instructions or direction about what to do?
Right. So when I initially reached out to him, I reached out to him via my portable radio, which would kept Lieutenant Allen still on my cell phone at the time, and advised him of the incident. He advised me at the time that he was on the phone with Central 911, gathering further information about that incident.
So basically, he got the notification from two different places at the same time. From Central and from you.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So what did you instruct Millage to do?
Right. So of course, to go to the hospital and assess what he had and keep me updated.
Was that essentially to determine if there was a need for further investigation or whether it would in fact be under the jurisdiction of GSW?
Right. Just to kind of figure out if the child actually came from GSW and kind of what was going on that led the child from GSW to the hospital.
Okay. Did you subsequently look at some video footage from the campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you did that?
I did that on the day of the incident itself, on the 14th, I want to believe. That's Sunday.
And what was the purpose of you looking at video?
Right, just to gather some preliminary evidence, I guess, or to pass on to the GBI, who was going to be actually heading the case by that point.
What were you looking at video of?
Of Oaks 2 dormitory, where Miss Trinity Poe was to have been resided at the time.
Did you prepare a schematic or an outline of various times of things that? Well, did you look at video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. As you looked at the video, did you prepare a schematic or an outline of the various timestamps of when certain things happened at the dormitory?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What were those things that happened that you made a note of?
Right. Just again, it was trying to look at a digital footprint involving Miss Trinity Poe, Mr. Williams, and the baby Jackson. I think this is the baby's name. Just trying to create that digital footprint of them in the Oaks 2 dormitory.
Okay. So in other words, were you looking to see what time they got there, what time they left?
That's correct.
That sort of thing?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be the timeline that I prepared the day in questioning about the video footage in Oaks 2.
Now that's a photocopy of yours. I mean, that's not your original handwriting.
No,
It
is not.
Okay.
It's a copy.
Can you look at it and tell me if it's accurate? I mean, in other words, is it the document that you prepared? When I say is it accurate, I mean, is that the document you prepared?
Yes, sir. It does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, sir.
Tender States 2 at this time, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
And if I could have just a second, Your Honor, to speak with Mr. Campbell. All right, Chief Lewis, I'm going to show you a thumb drive, a USB drive that is marked as State's Exhibit 3. There's a little sticker on the other side that says GSW Oaks Dorm videos 113-14-2024. Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And what was the occasion? How is it that came to be in your hands to see it?
Right. For what a DA brought it over to me yesterday, and I was able to view it again for the second time.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the sake of the record, what I will advise the court at this time is that is a USB drive that I actually prepared from the USB drive which was provided by GSW, and but it doesn't include as much as the original one did. This includes what is shown on that timeline, items 6 through 12 of the timeline, which covers the time frame from Saturday night, the 13th, at about 10 p.m. to Sunday afternoon. Did I say that correctly?
That is correct. 22:06 to be exact. 10:06 p.m.
10:06 is the time of the first video that's
That's
on there?
correct. Yes.
Okay. And so you reviewed that and made sure that that I copied the videos that you had given us, or that you had given the GBI, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are they all the ones that, not all of them, but the ones that I said are on there? Are they on there?
They are on there, yes.
Okay. With tender states 3 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. I'm aware that some that originally were on there are not, but they were irrelevant things that didn't pertain to this case. So I have no objection.
Okay, admitted without objection. Or the video is admitted without objection.
Judge, I'm gonna give that back to Chief Lewis and display it to the jury this time, if that's okay. You hold on to that. Yeah, I need this. You hold on to that. And my computer will recognize the USB drive, then I'm going to play it for the jury. There it is. Okay. So what is going to be the first entry on here? What's the first thing they're going to see?
Oh, the first thing that you're going to see on there at 10:06 p.m. should be Miss Poe, Mr. Williams, and Baby Jackson actually about to enter onto the hallway where Miss Trinity Poe actually resides at in Oaks 2.
Okay. So I'm going to put it up on the screen now. Okay. All right. So the time that is shown here, and I stopped it 1 second in, but the time that's shown here, or the date, is what?
January
What's the date?
13th. January the 13th should be what should be displayed.
Okay. And then the time stamp that's on there is what time?
Should be 10 p.m. which would be 22:06 is kind of how we did it. It was military time, but yes, 10:06 p.m.
10:06 and 19 seconds after, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, and I'm gonna at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to play this clip, which is very brief. Okay, now the two people that are shown in this clip, or three people, I'm sorry, do you actually know who they are?
At this time, yes, sir.
At
I
this
do.
time, I mean, do you
I
know
did,
who
yes.
they are?
I did. Yes.
Okay, who are they?
Miss Trinity Poe, Mr. Williams, and Baby Jackson.
Okay, and who's holding the baby?
Miss Trinity Poe.
All right. Okay, so 10:06, they come in to the dorm. All right. Then there is a second clip, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the second clip show? It actually encompasses two pieces of video, is that right?
Still should be January 13th. Should just be Mr. Williams coming off of the hallway alone.
Okay. That's what's designated as item 7 on the timeline, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then item 8 is what?
Mr. Williams returning onto the hallway.
Okay. All right. And at this time, Your Honor, we're going to play that section. Okay. So the time that he enters the hallway is 10 or comes out of that door is 10:29:28, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then when it shows him going back in, the video skips forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time does it skip forward to?
10:30 p.m.
10:30 and what, 35 seconds?
That's correct. 35.
Right.
Yes.
And that is Mr. Williams again, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. The next video segment on this thumb drive shows what?
That should be on number 9. Would it be January the 14th on that Sunday?
Okay.
And it's going to show Mr. Williams leaving the hallway alone with what appears to be 2 trash bags in his hands.
Okay. And that, in what time is that gonna?
11:55, 58 p.m.
All right.
Correction, a.m. I apologize, a.m.
Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Okay. We'll back it up to the start there. Okay. 10:29.
It should be on the 14th.
Oh, that's the same one that we were looking at. Hold on. Let me close that one. Okay. All right. And this shows Mr. Williams coming through that door at what time?
I got him at 11:55, 58 a.m.
Okay.
on that Sunday, January the 14th.
All right. And he's carrying some trash bags, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then did you watch the video to determine the next time that Mr. Williams was back on that floor or back on that hallway?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And how long was it until he returned to that hallway?
It was like about 32 minutes.
Okay. What time did he return to the hallway?
He came back at 12:30.10 a.m. What p.m. 10:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. I apologize.
And so, Your Honor, I'm playing that at this time, and that shows Mr. Williams coming at 12:30:10, correct?
12:30, you're correct. I'm returning onto the hallway with what appears to be a pizza bag and other bags in his hand.
Okay. And so he goes through the door closes, okay? And then what time does he reappear in this video?
I got 12:30:27 seconds p.m. So that's about a month.
12:31:27.
That's correct, yeah.
12:31:127. So approximately a minute and 17 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna play that segment at this time, Judge. It's on the same track on this USB, but I'm gonna play that segment now. And can you tell what he's doing when he comes through that door?
Yes, sir. He's actually had this child on his arms,
Okay.
which we believe to be baby Jackson.
Right. And he goes out that door at 12:31.
31.
Okay. All right. And then there's a third segment on this same video file. Is that correct? That shows someone else leaving?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next segment on the video?
The next segment will be at 12:36:40 p.m. and Miss Trinity Poe leaves off the hallway.
Okay. And I'm going to play that segment at this time, Your Honor. And that's 12:36:42, correct?
42, correct, yes.
Okay. And it's back to the beginning. Okay. Were there other entrances or exits by either of those two people to that dormitory on January 14th?
No, sir, it was not.
And you know that because you reviewed all the video, right?
That is correct, yes.
I think that may be all I have at this time, Your Honor, with Chief Lewis, who could just 1 second to confer. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Chief Lewis, I'm T. Gamble. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, doing well.
Good. I've got a couple questions for you, and I don't know, you may not know this or not. I'm not sure, but you downloaded all of these videos to assist the GBI in trying to determine some of what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you turned that over to the GBI when you got through with it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, at that time, did you know any of the facts or any information about what had happened other than there'd been a child taken to the hospital with some injuries?
No, sir, I did not.
When you talked to, was it Lieutenant Allen that called you first to tell you about this?
That is correct, yes.
Did he tell you anything at all about what had happened at that time?
No, sir. He just told, well, he did. He told me that the baby had been brought to the hospital unresponsive, but he didn't tell me exactly what happened to the baby.
Did he tell you if anyone said what had happened to the child when they first brought him to the hospital?
No, sir, he didn't. He handed the phone to Ms. Trinity Pope.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you have downloaded the video, are you aware of some of the circumstances concerning this case at all, or is that where you ended, was doing the video?
That's kind of why I ended it at, is doing the video.
Were you aware of the 12:30 video that shows Mr. Williams going back into the Oaks on January 14th? At that time, he had been called by Miss Pogue and told that there was an emergency with the child. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware when I was downloading the footage, though, but since we've had opportunity to look at the case, then yes, I was familiar with kind of what was going on at what point.
So you know that particular set of facts, at least there's some allegations that Miss Pogue had called. The way that Mr. Williams found out that the child was in distress was because Miss Pogue had called him and said, you need to come back to, and see about the child, right?
Right, I did learn that later. That's correct.
So you know when Mr. Williams entered the dormitory hallway, he was aware that Ms. Pogue thought it was serious enough to come on back and might need some medical attention, correct?
Well, one would assume. I'm not sure.
I'm going to object to go any further down the line of questions in terms of, asking what somebody told him is one thing. Asking him if he knows that he would have had or she would have had this information or that information at that particular time. There's no way for him to know because he's not that individual. It's hearsay. And
I'm asking about his information, just what he now knows about it compared to at the time. I'm not going to go any further than that part.
I'll sustain the objection to the extent that you're asking for any other hearsay information.
Won't be asking hearsay, but I do have one follow-up. Did you find it to be, as you watch that video and you watch Mr. Williams enter that hallway, knowing that it's potentially an emergency, do you find it unusual to see that he is walking very slowly and doesn't seem to be in a hurry?
objection, Your Honor, is asking the witness to characterize something that would essentially be a matter that the jury can observe for themselves from the video.
Sustain that objection to him giving an opinion. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused?
You may be.
All right. You're free to stay or go, Chief.
Thank you.
Is everybody still comfortable? Do we have, you want to take one more witness before we break? Do we have a witness?
If it factors into that,
Yes, sir.
that determination, what I will tell the court is the next witness I intend to call is Agent Gibson from the GBI.
So that'll be a more lengthy
there will
witness.
be, I'm not going to say it's going to take an hour and a half or anything, but it's going to be lengthier than anybody we've had so far because there's a lot of exhibits that will be displayed.
Well, it's 11:45 then. I'm going to go ahead and let you take your lunch break. I'm going to let you go to lunch until 1 o'clock. Please remember my instructions while you're at lunch. And incidentally, you're wearing badges while you're in the courtroom. I think, do they take those? I think take them with you. That way people at lunch will know that you're on a jury. But you might encounter the attorneys outside, and they're going to kind of step away from you, and people associated with the case are. Nobody's being rude. They're just following the protocols, okay? And you follow them too. Continue not to discuss the case, all the other things I've told you and cautioned you not to do. Particularly be vigilant about television or internet coverage. Just stay away from that for right now. All right? Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is so that's the end of day one, part one. So what I'm about to do is I am about to get our part two up. I'm gonna premiere it for all of us, and I'm gonna drop the link in here so we can go over there and watch it together. For those, don't forget we doing our number 4 of the Diddy at 7 o'clock. Hopping on Discord. Let's see here. Let me get this and put this in there because yeah, day 2 should be, I mean, this next part should be really, really interesting. To say the least. I can't wait to listen to it. So that's why I'm like, let me get this in here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and I'm only premiering it because I don't want to put too much into this one. And it should be a no fluff version. So today is December the 3rd. Let's do it. 3 o'clock. No, we doing at 3 o'clock p.m. Let's see if it'll let me do it for 3 o'clock p.m. My time. Let's see if it'll do it. Here, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat room if you guys want to go over there. And give me a see. And I will close this room down and we will head over there. Here's the link. You should get the thing saying that it's a premiere. About to happen, and it's gonna be the after lunch part of this, okay? Oh, you did, Frank? We gonna watch part 4 tonight. We only watched 1 through 3 yesterday, so we gonna watch part 4 tonight. All right, guys. I will see you over there in the premiere. I won't play the song because I know I started the premiere, so I don't want to miss anything because I can't control it once I start it. That's the one thing. I can't stop it. Yeah, I know. Very different. All right, guys. See you over there. Peace.